we need to focus. And technology is a means to an end, not an end itself. So the more we focus on technology, the more we are starting to be overburdened, because technology is changing every day. But what we need to do is, how can we harness this technology to address the problems that we are facing? So those are the things that we need to focus on. It's about using technology to reimagine and reinvent our core business itself. So it's not just about optimizing what we have, doing things at much faster rate, but it's about how do we reconfigure ourselves so that we can harness this technology to address the problems that we are facing. Those are the kind of mindset that we need. And one thing that I want to promise you is digital and AI transformation is not easy. Why is it not easy? Because it involves people, processes, and technology. And technology is no longer a problem. Technology is readily available. But the problem is people. How do we change people? We can have as many technologies as we want. We can adopt as many tools as we want. Unless we have change of mindset, we will not win. For a good example, if you still remember Nokia and BlackBerry. Long ago, Nokia was one of the global giants in terms of mobile manufacturing of mobile phones. But look at them right now. Where are they? We have BlackBerry. BlackBerry was a go-to phone for professionals like me. But look at them today. Where are they? It's because they failed to transform. They moved from 1 to 0. Why? Because they failed to transform. So transform or perish. So as speakers, what we need to do is we need to transform ourselves. And how do we start by transforming? If it means we need to change the people that are leading our IT teams, we need to do that. Those are the strategies. Because if the people who are leading us are not transformed themselves, it means whatever that we are doing, we are wasting time. And the most important thing is, as citizens, we don't care the processes that parliaments are using. What we care about is how is those processes affecting, how is it improving our way of life? That's what is really important. So what I want to urge you parliamentarians and speakers is, let's change mindset. And that's one thing that we really need to focus on. Can we move on to the last slide? I'm not going to talk about some of these things because our previous speakers have touched on them. So, of course, there's so much fear about artificial intelligence, how it's going to affect us. But you know what? Trust begins with exposure. The more we expose ourselves to these tools, the more we start to understand them. And what we need to do is we need to find domains that if we apply AI to them, they bring about the impact that we want. That's what we need. And for us to be able to change mindset, it means we really need to be able to incentivize people. We really need to give people, to show to the people that this technology really works. And to do that, we need to choose, start small, find the right bite size, the project that we can embark on, and then build upon the success from those projects. Then my final thought is the true power of AI lies in the ability to transform and reimagine our functions. As long as parliamentarians, as parliaments, as long as we are not transforming ourselves, we can have conferences and conferences. We can invest billions of dollars. But as long as our mindsets are still the same, all what we are doing is just a waste of public resources. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mugadza, Director, Center for AI Research at Harare Institute of Technology. I think the key takeaway from your presentation is, yes, the technology is brilliant, everything is good, but the people, you need to have a change of mindset by the people. But I think to the credit of SADC PF, the president who's here, the honorable speakers of parliament, the fact that this conversation is taking place means that the change is there and the willingness is there. So we acknowledge that, and thank you once again for the presentation. Distinguished delegates, our last university presentation is from the University of Zimbabwe. Please go ahead. A round of applause as they prepare to take the podium.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Moderator, and the protocol already established. Please raise your right hand if you can hear me. Please raise your right hand if you can hear me. Can you hear me at the back? Thank you very much. I come from a profession where when you are speaking, you must look and interpret the body language of those who are hearing you. So if you're in court and you're talking and the judge has put his pen on the table, he is communicating a message to you. So if I see people who are looking down, I think that is a body language to say, just greet us and go back and sit down. Let me thank my colleagues who have spoken before me. And if any one of you has not understood half of what they're talking about, we are together. I also didn't understand half of the things that they spoke about because I'm not from that technical field or discipline of AI. I'm a lawyer by training, and you can see the self-interest in my topic as well, regulation of AI. My view and that of my colleagues is that the regulation will come as quickly as possible so that our industry as lawyers can start making some money out of AI in their own way. Because it's through regulation that we are able to enforce certain standards. And if those standards are not enforced, it also means that we make a living out of that process. But let me just give you a summary of what I would have spoken about if I had enough time. The first point I was going to make is to support my colleagues in the argument they have made to say there is need for parliaments across the region to harness technology in their processes. I don't need to repeat that. I think that has been sufficiently covered by my colleagues. Probably I'll just make a few points there. Secondly, I will make an argument very strongly for the reasons I already given you, why we should address the issue of integration of AI and the risks that comes with that integration. And finally, I will just give an idea of the outlook out there as to how regulation is already shaping up. I think you heard from the minister talking about regulation. She spoke as a minister who is that space to say certain things, certain behaviors have to be regulated so that there's order in this sector. Next slide, please. My colleagues have spoken since morning about the advantages of harnessing AI in parliamentary processes. We are not talking about national parliaments only. In fact, we are speaking principally in terms of the SADC Parliamentary Forum itself. The PAP with my chief, Charumbira, is here, who has that parliament, as well as the national parliaments that are represented here. In respect of this, we are looking at the traditional functions of a parliament. The legislative function, I heard someone saying parliament makes law, but I heard one judge saying Parliament, law passes through Parliament. Others think Parliament make law. Others think law passes through Parliament. Doesn't matter whether it passes through Parliament or is made by Parliament. At the end of the day, Parliament plays a big role in terms of the legislative agenda. I want to repeat that. The enhanced research and analysis of the data, the document data heavy scenario of Parliament, which my colleague spoke about, to say that there's a lot of information that is processed in Parliament. How can we use AI to ensure that we optimize those processes? The next slide, please. Enhancement of public engagement. That's my next slide. Enhancement of public make that oversight role by utilizing AI tools, which my colleague spoke about. And finally, on why harness integration of AI tools, with my next slide, it'll be those 3 points: cost effectiveness, efficiency of time, comparative benchmarking. They spoke about, it's not only one country, it's not just for the sub-region, it's actually across the continent as well. How do we enhance comparative benchmarking with other places and continents in Europe? I heard some people talking about Europe and how Europe has made progress in terms of regulation of this sector. And finally, the issue of evidence-based lawmaking. The law must not be made in a vacuum. It must speak to the realities of its people on the ground. How can we have tools that help us pick up that data on the ground to ensure that we are able to come up with the laws that reflect the realities of our people? The next slide talks about what is already happening across the world in terms of, or our continent in terms of introduction of AI systems. I won't say anything about this because I think my colleagues have spoken about some of these huge examples. But the next slide now introduces the issue of AI regulation. My colleagues have spoken at length about AI regulation. Why do we need to regulate AI? What do we mean by regulating AI? Are we regulating computers, or we are regulating those who design, those who develop, and those who deploy AI systems? The law does not regulate AI systems. It regulates the behavior that is involved in their development, in their design, and in their deployment. That's the regulation that we are talking about. My colleagues have spoken at length, which is my next slide, which is a summary of why. What is the mischief that is behind development and deployment of AI systems that requires regulation? Please go to my next slide. Here's a summary of what they have spoken about. I won't repeat this. Accountability, transparency, and explainability, bias and fairness, that some systems are built by someone who is intentionally inputting bias within those systems. Could be racial bias, could be gender-based bias, because these are machines that are inputting information. So someone can mischievously do that. I use an example of a job application where most of these applications are shortlisted by a robot. And if there was mischief in inputting racial bias in that particular robot, it means that it will not shortlist anyone who is not identified by that particular algorithm in that particular robot. That information that can be inputted in the development of robots, in development of AI systems, in which form they come in. Data privacy and security, I think we have gone a long way in trying to ensure that there is regulation around this issue, as I'll show you. A lot of countries represented in this particular room have gone a long way in terms of adopting cybersecurity and data protection laws in their own country. It's just the beginning of the process. We are not there yet. So if you like, as a lawmaker, there is no law that is made without a mischief. What is the mischief in the integration of AI systems that regulations you deal with? That slide is a summary of the mischief that needs to be dealt with. Let's make sure that there's transparency, the way decisions are made by those automated machines. You should be able to explain the basis of making a decision. So when we talk about regulation out there, what has happened so far? What is the outlook? What should we watch out for? In summary, I can tell you that the issue of regulation is just beginning. It's just beginning to take form. It's just beginning to make small trends. We can't really talk of trends because the sample is too small for us to talk about trends. If 5 countries out of 190 countries have adopted a law, can you actually call that a trend? Probably it's too early in the process to be talking about trends and so on and so on. But let me just give you an outlook of what has been happening in our own region. I think that the model law on data protection that has been adopted in 2013, probably before we started to talk about AI in detail, represents those early efforts by our region to do so. But you're also aware of the Windhoek statement on AI system in Southern Africa could be, for me, the latest detailed, accurate, and direct conversation between our member states in the region on their intention as to how do we proceed with integration of AI systems across the sub-region. If you look through that statement, it shows you where, or our aspirations in the sub-region, where we intend to go, and also a few clauses that talk about regulation of this particular sector. The African Union, as I mentioned yesterday, has already adopted a strategy. So there's no law yet. There is simply a strategy for the continent. You'd expect the African Union to be taking that stance because it's an intergovernmental organization, probably more suited at this stage to be issuing these strategies to guide member states in terms of development specific thematic issues. In this case, it is the AU strategy on AI, which has got 5 pillars that I think a speaker yesterday spoke about. That's the African Union strategy on AI. It's my next slide that I'm talking about now. I want the audience to just have a look at it. So the 5 pillars: harnessing the benefits of AI, the African people. Number 2, addressing risks that we're talking about now. Accelerating AU member states' capabilities in infrastructure. Fostering regional and international cooperation. And then stimulating public and private investment. Please move to the next slide and keep moving. That's the European, I'll give you a summary at the end. The European model, another European model of regulation. The United States model of regulation. We have a good example of Brazil, we've been told about it. There is China there. There is Canada. And keep going to key lessons on global AI regulation. That's where I want to end at. I made the remark that probably regulation is still in its infancy. We cannot talk of trends. We see policies around being developed. The minister said in Zimbabwe, a policy is being developed. Some other countries in Southern Africa, they've already also developed policies. Probably not legislation for the time being. But what have I seen, or my impressions as far as regulation is concerned? The first point is diversity of approaches. When you go through the slides in detail, you see that in some cases, states have taken a legislative approach where they've come up with a law that is binding and enforceable to regulate AI systems or its development or its deployment or even its decommissioning. But in other places, they focused on just principles, non-binding principles. They're encouraging self-regulation of actors who are involved in the development and deployment of AI systems, as opposed to regulation. By regulation, I mean enactment of laws that are binding and enforceable, the laws as we know them. They've taken the risk-based framework. My colleagues here spoke about the different categories of AI systems. So regulation has taken another form where they are looking at the risk level of an AI system and took a proportional approach to say the higher the risk the system is, the higher or the tighter should be the regulation. The lower the risk the system is, probably there's just need for minimum regulation. The balancing act. There is a continuous challenge of balancing innovation and as well as encouragement of innovation. Some would argue that regulation or over-regulation of any sector will probably kill innovation. So these systems, because they adopt different approaches and strategies, is to ensure that they have a balancing act in terms of allowing innovation to continue, but at the same time making sure that it does so responsibly. International collaboration, I've spoken about this. The pacing problem, which my colleagues spoke about. AI systems are being developed and deployed quickly, much faster than adoption of policies and regulations. That's the problem that is actually there. In your current parliaments, as I speak, you are already using AI. If your officers are using AI to conduct research, the parliament is already using AI. But is that regulated? It's not regulated. Probably are waiting for a time when you can actually see and touch AI and say, now we need to regulate it. It's already being used. And it's moving quicker. The same platform you used this morning, if you used it in the afternoon, it gives you a different feedback. Why? Because it's developing and developing so fast. And regulation actually is behind. Our enforcement is key. It's important to ensure that development of AI systems and their regulation for responsible development, deployment, and decommissioning is critical. Finally, what therefore is the future of regulation? Just my thoughts. What is the future of regulation? My previous speaker spoke about the impact of AI systems on the people. That is what matters. That is what counts. What is the impact? Focus on the impact AI systems have on the lives of the citizens of the sub-region. That should be the focus. How do we better protect? How do we better protect the citizens of the sub-region from the impacts of AI systems that are deployed by actors in this region or those coming across borders? Capacity building. Governments and regulators need to build expertise in AI to effectively oversee its development and deployment. Without knowledge, we regulate out of fear. What is this thing called AI? There must be a law against it. There must be a law to regulate it. But we must first of all understand what AI is. Understand how AI works. Understand the benefits of AI. But also internalize in detail the risks that are posed by AI in terms of its engagement with people on a day-to-day basis. So the capacity of governments and regulators, that is why academic institutions offered their availability to
you have 1 minute. 1 minute to wrap it up. 1 minute to wrap it up.
The multi-stakeholder approach. Thank you, Honorable Moderator. I'm on my last slide and on my last point. There must be a flexible approach to regulation. I've said it's too early to talk about a trend. Is it non-binding principles that you want to use in your system? or enactment of laws to regulate deployment and development of AI systems. What we have seen, the trend is that there is a combination. In some countries, there's a combination of the two. A binding law, but also soft laws or soft principles that regulate or guide developers of these systems. Then the harmonization. And I'm glad that the minister spoke at length about this not being a one-country project. It must be a cross-border project. It must be a sub-region project that puts all the infrastructure of SADC together to ensure that even the regulation itself is not independent. It's not in silos, it's not isolated. It's regulation that is harmonized across the sub-region as far as possible. That is why we cannot wait to see the model law on AI coming up. But that law will provide a framework which SADC member states will be able to utilize as they develop their policies, as well as they develop their legislation to regulate AI systems. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mutangi from the University of Zimbabwe, for that perspective, which is not technological, but focuses on what we need to do. Mr. President of SADC PF, honorable speakers, distinguished delegates, at this stage, we will take a very short break for tea and coffee, just for 15 minutes. Right now it's 20 minutes past. So if we can all be back in 15 minutes, 25 minutes to 12, then we will have the plenary session. And I will invite Mr. Kennedy Chokuda to moderate the plenary session. Once again, I want to thank you for your attention and thank the presenters so far for their excellent presentations. I thank you.
In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, Millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans. Powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision-makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans. Powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence, Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart. The digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence, Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision-makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision-makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by...
Good morning once again. May we kindly take our seats so that we can begin our proceedings.
And key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every...
Thank you very much. Mr. President, we now proceed to the country reports. We will start with plenary so that members can pose questions or suggestions to our facilitators. I'll kindly ask the facilitators to be close to the podium so that we can quickly respond once the questions have been asked. Yep. If you could come to the front, the facilitators, the 5 facilitators, please come to the front. The floor is now open to the honorable speakers, honorable members, for questions, comments directed to our 5 facilitators. Any questions, comments? Malawi?
Hello. With the journalists, I know you can't see us. They're sitting in front of us. Yes, thank you. It's better. Thank you very much, and I would like to congratulate all the presenters from the various universities for the brilliant presentations that they've given us. And because I'll be leaving to also thank the speaker from Zimbabwe for hosting us. Mr. President, the question that I have, this is just a general question, is in terms of infrastructure development for the AI, I know there was one of the presenters who clearly said that Africa needs to move in very quickly so that we have our own way of developing the AI. If we don't come in quickly, we will get what others want us to do. But my worry is the infrastructure development. For example, if you go back in our countries, I'm talking about Malawi, there are certain areas, as we're talking, that do not have access to electricity. The internet connection is a big challenge. The cost of internet is very, very high. In terms of investment, what is it that we're doing to make sure that we have this infrastructure development that will back up the AI? If we don't do this, indeed, we'll get others to do the way they want us to do it. So my worry is on the infrastructure development that needs to be done for our countries. Thank you very much.
South Africa.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator and Mr. President, all protocol observed. I want to thank the presenters for excellent presentations. And I do agree with them, especially Minister Mavetera, that AI systems are presenting a critical opportunity for enhancing the efficiency of parliamentary processes and systems. They should not be seen as a replacement of parliamentary traditions such as making laws, public participation, and public engagement. AI tools and systems must be seen as an opportunity to simplify processes and systems for parliamentarians to undertake their work. They can be used to summarize bills, reports, and transcripts in plain language, making them easier to understand for ordinary citizens. Making such summaries available can enhance public participation in the legislative process and foster communication between MPs and their constituents. While some countries in the SADC region and African continent stand out for their commitment and progress in preparing for AI adoption, others face significant obstacles such as structural inequalities and digital divides as a result of poor digital infrastructure investment.
Hello, sorry, we are not yet at reports. This is plenary where we are asking members who have any questions or comments that they would want to share with the presenters. The country reports will come later on.
Well,
no, it's a comment.
Oh, okay. No, I thought we were at the point in the agenda where countries are given 3 minutes to make an input and make questions.
Not at the moment. Okay. We go to Zambia.
Thank you. I'm from South Africa. Unfortunately, I'm sitting at the back of the
That's
delegation right. From Zambia. All protocol observed. I must say that the presenters were top-notch. But the reality of the matter is that in Africa, as we speak, we have to be realistic as well, that we are still underdeveloped. In a sense that when one has to speak about the issue of AI, I'm not sure whether we are ready in terms of the infrastructure. Hence to say that, you know, in the recent past, you heard about the so-called Starlink, you know, and you know the controversy around that. And I hope that all the African leaders as well, well, I'm not going to say what must happen. I mean, there's a sovereignty of all the countries. But in South Africa, as I come from South Africa, as we speak, well, in terms of the electricity access to even the poor in our country, we improved a lot. But I've traveled, most of the countries in Africa, I'm not sure. I think that we are rushing. Some other countries as well, when one speak about the fourth industrial, we are still lagging behind. And I think the pace, which will be worried about the pace, and I think we should not rush, though it's very important. As you know, there's a cyber hacking as well. We need to make sure that this will change the lives of our people. It should not be only for the elite. It should not only about us as parliamentarians. It should go to the ward level, to an ordinary citizen of any country in Africa. Then, therefore, I will say that we have achieved as SADC as well, and as Africa as well. But for now, really, for me, I think we are. There's a vast difference between us and there's, well, inverted commas, poor people of this country, because some of the poor people in this country have no access to electricity, as well to smartphones, as we speak here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The honorable member next to you. Okay, yeah. If we could say your name for interpretation purposes.
Oh, my name was Davis Kokosana, Member of Parliament, South Africa. Thank you.
The honorable member next to you.
Thank you, Chair, and protocol observed. My name is Lindelwa. My surname is Dunjwa. I'm from South Africa. In appreciating these profound presentations, there's one thing that I missed, because technology in Africa came very late. I would have thought that presenters will then emphasize the importance of technology starting from early childhood development and go up, because the world of work has changed, and therefore the curriculum of all institutions of education, early childhood development, we call in South Africa lower primary, higher primary, up to institutions of higher learning. And ignore my ignorance, Chair. We call in South Africa TVET colleges. I didn't hear any. I don't know whether Zimbabwe have. We call TVET colleges. There are universities, there are technicons. There are also what is called TVET colleges in South Africa, where we develop skills. So if I can maybe just be told that you are not having. But my main concern is that you were more talking about higher institutions than coming from the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Seychelles.
Thank you, moderator. I would just like to have the opinion of the experts on something that bothers me a little. And that is, first of all, I know the fact that what you get in AI depends on data. It's what you put in that determines what you can get out. I take that point. But I'm concerned, and I speak from experience, that sometimes what we get out of AI tends to be formulaic and standard. And I'm speaking about, for example, preparation of speeches and reports, where sometimes you can spot that these have been prepared on AI because of the similarities in expression and so on that come out. So I'm wondering if this is a general problem of the use of AI, if we are going to have outcomes that are standardized, uniform, that tend to be standardized and uniform, rather than very specifically contextualized. And I'm speaking of whether the same thing that I'm speaking about can apply to, for example, laws and policies and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a hand from Angola.
Muito obrigada, senhor moderador. Eu também reconheço que foram aqui apresentadas brilhantes intervenções que nos permitiram conhecer como as universidades do Zimbábue estão a trabalhar no sentido de potenciarem o parlamento do Zimbábue e por arrasto, o parlamento dos nossos estados. Mas há uma questão que me preocupa. Nós sabemos que já falamos muito aqui das tecnologias disruptivas, não vou repetir aquilo que já foi aqui apresentado ao longo desta manhã, mas há uma questão que me preocupa. Essas tecnologias disruptivas criam um ecossistema empresarial, mas também exige um capital intensivo. E o grande problema tem a ver com as nossas realidades. Nós temos problemas de capital, até para fazermos infraestruturas básicas. Portanto, como é que nós podemos, ao mesmo tempo que a gente se preocupa e tem o desafio das infraestruturas básicas, como água, energia e sanitários, serviços sanitários, irmos buscar o capital que tem que ser intensivo para a inteligência artificial. A outra questão que também me preocupa é a que tem a ver com os recursos naturais, sendo os mais significativos os relacionados com acesso aos minerais críticos. Nós já abordamos aqui alguns dos nossos países têm esses minerais, mas também sabemos que eles acabam por ser exportados para serem mineralizados para as localidades, para outras paragens onde eles são exportados. Então, me parece que também aqui nós temos que ver como devemos criar aqui um sistema de facto, os nossos minerais críticos serem mineralizados nos nossos países e criarem cadeia de valor para podermos empregar a nossa juventude. Já foi dito aqui pelos preletores, pelos académicos que estão a formar jovens. Portanto, essa formação exige, como eu já referi antes, recursos e exige, portanto, que tenham uma capacitação diferenciada, que é para poderem competir com os outros países. Portanto, de resto, eu acho que, de facto, contrariamente ao que um colega disse aqui, nós devemos criar, sim, as condições, criar sinergias para que possamos estar no caminho daqueles que acham que sim, a inteligência artificial é bem-vinda e devemos usá-la para o bem do nosso povo, como já estão a fazer alguns países da nossa região, que é o caso da Tanzânia e da própria África do Sul. A Tanzânia em termos da agricultura, a África do Sul no termo da medicina. Portanto, penso que de facto isso vai trazer uma mais-valia para os nossos países. Muito obrigada.
Thank you.
Obrigada, senhor presidente. Eu sou Luísa Damião, membro do Parlamento de Angola. Obrigado, senhor moderador. Eu quero, em primeiro lugar, também felicitar o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC por inscrever este tema de capital importância para todos nós. Felicitar também os preletores que foram brilhantes, porque a inteligência artificial não é uma visão futurista. Ela é uma realidade presente que está a moldar a forma como nós trabalhamos, como nos comunicamos e até como governamos. Portanto, para os parlamentos da SADC, esta realidade representa um momento decisivo. Ou resistimos à mudança, ou temos que liderar com coragem, sabedoria e responsabilidade. Porque, de facto, a inteligência artificial tem ganhos para os nossos parlamentos. E eu dou alguns exemplos. Maior celeridade na tramitação legislativa, na automatização das tarefas administrativas e rotineiras, na análise de grandes volumes de dados, até no fortalecimento da transparência através de sistemas digitais de acompanhamento legislativo, e talvez o mais importante ainda é a ampliação do envolvimento cidadão nos assuntos parlamentares. Entretanto, para cada oportunidade existem desafios. Precisamos enfrentar, por exemplo, as questões éticas. Como garantir que os sistemas de inteligência artificial possam respeitar os direitos humanos, a privacidade dos dados e a soberania das nações? Precisamos estabelecer também marcos jurídicos. Como regulamentar o uso da inteligência artificial para evitar abusos e promover a justiça social? Precisamos ainda de estruturas institucionais robustas? Precisamos. Mas precisamos também de capacitar os nossos parlamentos e os nossos parlamentares para compreender, fiscalizar e utilizar a inteligência estratégica, a inteligência artificial de forma estratégica. Portanto, eu penso que é imperativo que avancemos, mas com uma visão coletiva, promovendo o intercâmbio de boas práticas entre os parlamentos da nossa região, uma cooperação regional fundamental para que os benefícios da inteligência artificial sejam partilhados de forma equitativa e sustentável. Portanto, eu considero que esta Assembleia não é apenas um encontro de trabalho, é um ponto de viragem, que possamos ter coragem, assumir o compromisso de transformar os nossos parlamentos em instituições modernas, inclusivas, eficazes e dignas das aspirações dos nossos povos. Que a inteligência artificial seja, de facto, uma aliada da democracia e não uma ameaça. Que ela amplifique a voz dos cidadãos e não a silencie. Nós entendemos também que a integração da inteligência artificial não pode ser feita de forma isolada ou fragmentada. Precisamos de uma abordagem sistêmica, como disseram muito bem aqui os acadêmicos, assentes em políticas públicas claras, uma interoperatividade institucional e, como dizia, uma cooperação regional. Isto, obviamente, que requer investimentos coordenados em infraestruturas digitais, segurança cibernética, harmonização legal no espaço da SADC. A inteligência artificial só trará ganhos reais se for parte de uma estratégia mais ampla de governação digital, onde os parlamentos, governos e a sociedade civil possam caminhar juntos. Não há dúvidas também que tem que haver uma verdadeira transformação para nós capacitarmos os nossos quadros. É importante olharmos para os programas de educação digital, para os técnicos dos nossos parlamentos e para os cidadãos de uma forma geral, porque a literacia em inteligência artificial deve ser prioridade nos nossos países, desde o ensino básico até a formação superior. Portanto, estamos perante uma encruzilhada. Ou aproveitamos o potencial transformador da inteligência artificial de forma estratégica, humana, sustentável, ou arriscamos-nos a aprofundar desigualdades e fragilizar a confiança democrática. Portanto, enquanto parlamentares, nós temos a responsabilidade de garantir que a tecnologia não substitua a política, mas que a fortaleça, que a inteligência artificial
Mr. President,
seja...
point of order. Mr. President, I think we must stick to the modalities put forward by our moderator. Yeah, ask questions for clarification. Statements will come later. Thank you.
Botswana.
Eu coloquei duas perguntas.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to thank the presenters Presentations were top notch, but I'm a little bit worried. I think the AI now is a preserve for men. Fellow comrades, I'm not attacking you, but look at the raw. It's only males there. Except our woman minister who presented. So I'm a little bit worried. How are you going to help us as women? How are you going to encourage us? How are you going to bring us on board as women? Because I see now we are going to be fighting in Parliament when we are supposed to be bringing the legislation, or we are not going to agree if our numbers are not going to show. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eswatini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Just a quick one. I'm not sure who I should direct it to, but you will direct me or direct it to the right presenter. The first question is the blockchain concept, which I seemed to like, particularly in that it enhances collaboration, engagement with the citizenry. But what I need to be maybe educated on is the question of how that might relate to the AUI model of Brazil Chamber of Deputies, because someone there indicated that we might benchmark on that one, given in particular that there is a dilemma of digital divide. How do we go about with this digital divide dilemma? And I think we have been hammered, if I may use that word, because of lack of a better word, about job losses, not particularly taking our jobs as parliamentarians, but we look at this thing at a micro level, national level. The minister for ITC in this country couldn't have hit the nail on the head when he said the first step to go is to have an adoption of a regional AI governance policy framework. My interest would be, how do we go about that? Because that's critical. We don't look at micro sectors, but we look at a national and regional perspective of this matter. And lastly, Mr. Moderator, the ethical considerations, they can come from various levels. We haven't been told anything, yet that thing is there. We know about what is known as deep fakes. And someone explained, how do we make sure we are protected against such? It's a good thing, but the bad side of it, they are there. We need to know how we can come to terms with them. I thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Lesotho.
Thank you, Moderator. I have two questions. The first one relates to regulation. The presenter from the University of Zimbabwe, I think, was very articulate in saying that we are not ready to regulate, that it is too early to try to impose regulation because that will stunt the ability to innovate. And yet, in his conclusion, he talked about, I think very strongly again, recommended a model SADC law. I thought that was a contradiction in terms. If it is too early to regulate, how then do you have a model law which does not regulate? That is the first question. The second question has to do with relevance. The speaker, I think from Angola, touched on something that I find very interesting. AI is going to be dominating the lives of our people. But are we able to use AI to solve our real relevant problems? These are problems of unemployment and, more importantly, as related to beneficiation. We know that all our countries are still exporting raw materials without beneficiation or value addition. And I didn't hear any of the speakers mention AI vis-a-vis beneficiation and value addition. Can I now probe the speakers to think about that? Thank you very much.
There's a hand from South Africa and Mozambique. Then we'll allow the facilitators to respond.
Thank you.
We have another round. I can see a few more hands coming up.
Opa.
Thank you.
They are hiding us, the journalists.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Kenny Muimang from South Africa. Let me also join the queue that express appreciation to the presenters for their insightful suggestions and reflections. And the message driven home is that artificial intelligence in Parliament will not only support the efficiency of parliamentary operations, but also enhance the democratic process. The two questions that I want to ask relates to, one, the areas of the core of democratic integrity in Parliament, given the fact that Parliament, the integrity of Parliament lies in public awareness, transparent consensus building, and open decision making, and also broadening public participation and the process of ensuring executive accountability. Now, the question is, how will artificial intelligence tools enhance the public understanding of parliamentary proceedings, decision making, and broadcasting parliamentary proceedings? The second question relates to the fact that that Parliament's existence is steeped in traditions, incorporating practices, ritual procedures that are rooted in their historical development. And these traditions often reflect the power dynamics and the evolution of parliamentary governance. They are also derived from constitutions and laws that stipulate their powers and relationships of the political office bearers and institution. This includes critical laws like powers and privileges of members of Parliament Acts and codes of ethics for members of Parliament. Now, the question to the panelists, especially the University of Zimbabwe, Dr. Mutanyi, is as follows. While we embrace artificial intelligence, we also preserve the democratic integrity in Parliament, particularly in the decision-making laws, public engagement, and the use of parliamentary oversight instruments such as debates, questions and motions that are critical for holding the executive accountable. Also, to ensure that as parliamentarians we raise issues facing our communities, which is quite critical. So the question is, how do we ensure that artificial intelligence embraces the preservation of democratic integrity in parliament, particularly in making laws, public engagement, and the use of parliamentary oversight? Thank you.
Thank you, Mozambique.
Thank you very much. I would like to speak in Portuguese because some words of English has gone away. Muito obrigado, Sua Excelência, Senhora Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar. E obedecemos todo o protocolo. Poucas perguntas que queríamos fazer. Primeiro, reconhecer que o desenvolvimento da África tem a ver com influência externa. E às vezes essa influência externa atua de diferentes formas, fazendo com que alguns países avancem e outros países ficam cada vez mais atrasados. Entretanto, temos essa possibilidade de fazer uso da inteligência artificial. Não temos a capacidade de produção de equipamentos que podem ajudar para esse sonho ser realizado o mais rapidamente possível. Entretanto, nós concordamos, como país, é um processo que vai levar tempo para chegar à sua conclusão. A primeira saudação que queríamos fazer é a Zimbábue. Conforme os temas apresentados aqui, Zimbábue afirmou, se eu tiver ouvido bem, que já começou com a produção de laptops, mesmo computadores. Isso é uma boa iniciativa, desde que essa produção evolua de tal forma que não venha trazer deficiências em termos de roubo da informação pelos outros. Daí que queríamos saber se há ainda iniciativa na parte de Zimbábue, na produção de equipamentos, o sistema de segurança. Nós sabemos que tudo o que estamos a fazer, alguém está a tirar. O celular que temos na mão, o produtor sabe como é que chega a informação a mim. Entretanto, querendo, pode intervir pelo meio e levar o que lhe interessa e avançar. Daí que queríamos saber se o Zimbábue está com essa iniciativa a avançar também no sistema de segurança. Ainda queríamos saber, nós temos países diversos da região e cada um tem universidade e cada um tem iniciativas, inovações. Pelo menos pela parte da universidade, há cooperação, sabendo que SADC tem essa iniciativa, está a avançar. E ainda está a avançar o sonho de criar um parlamento de SADC. Entretanto, essas produções que estão a acontecer, há alguma possibilidade de cooperar entre universidades que existem nos países de SADC, para que essas iniciativas tenham algum acompanhamento, também imitação, quando for necessário. Nós queremos ver SADC a ter capacidade e possibilidade de avançar primeiro e os outros seguir atrás. E, por fim, queria saber se legalização de tudo aquilo que estamos a fazer ou que vamos fazer no âmbito de inteligência artificial, forma de legalização, vai depender do parlamento que queremos criar ou cada um aprova no país dele e nós registramos. Seria isto, Sua Excelência, Sr. Presidente do Fórum. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. I will now hand over to the panelists to respond to the questions. I'm sure you know, let us be brief and to the point in terms of our responses. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to address the questions. And okay, so I'm going to start with the first question that was asked on the inequalities that are existing in terms of infrastructure and looking at the reality on the ground. I would really agree with that. The environment that we are actually operating in Africa is not yet that enabling. We might really need to look at having some kind of readiness assessment that might be country to country. We actually heard about the readiness assessment that was done by UNESCO, but I believe that we might really need that to be done in all countries in the SADC region. I remember there were 5 that we talked about. And with this readiness assessment, we can actually be able to see how we can tackle this maybe at a SADC region. Some of the quick solutions to this are actually, you're looking at electricity or utilizing something like some of the clean energies like solar. And I was at this other conference where some of the regulators and all the people were actually talking about the realities that whilst you would think that the government is going to help with maybe tax breaks for some of the organizations that are actually doing solar and everything like that, it's not the case. Before you actually come up with a power plant or something like that, you need something to the tune of 200,000 or more if you're looking at maybe producing power at some level like that. So there's a need for us to take a holistic approach and see if we can actually change some of those policies around renewable energy, because some of these things really support AI in a way or two. And for us to also look at the countries, I want to take a leaf from the UAE. You know, the UAE actually made it possible for every one of their citizens to access the ChatGPT for free because they have paid for the subscription as a country. So I would say these are some of the things that they have done. And for us to also be able to get to those levels, it starts with actually putting some of those things in place now and say that, okay, we want to have our own expression of AI that actually speaks in Zulu, that actually speaks in Swahili, that actually speaks in Shona, in Ndebele, or something like that. But we need to also have the industry supporting us. And what attracts the industry to the table is that they have these necessary tax breaks. They have these something that actually attracts them to actually be able to participate, and that might not be there in our structure yet. So I would say that's the thing. And then there was a question on the ECD. We're talking about ECD up to TVET. I think, you know, sometimes when you just have 15 minutes to talk to people, it's not really possible for you to talk about everything. And we would have wanted this to go even for a week or 3 days, where we would even want to tell you what is AI, the implications and everything like that. So for us, we were really going high level. And I would say that it's really necessary. And when I said kindergarten up to higher and tertiary, I was actually talking about us educating from that perspective. I want to give you a real life example of where they have actually done it. In China, they took some calculated move a couple of years back, and they said, okay, what can we do? Who is the leader in AI? And by that time, the leader was the Americas. So I was talking to this other professor who told me about this. And they said, okay, what can we do? They started sending some people to learn about AI in the Americas as far back as 2009. And the revolution started for them as far back as 2014, where they said, okay, let's have the policies and so on. So I think in a nutshell, that's it. Let me address the last question so that I can give other people to look at that. When we talk about regulation, there is also need to look at balancing regulation over innovation. It's not really an easy thing for us because we have very few expressions of AI in our region to be able to really look at that exhaustively. And you would note that this technology is actually accelerating at a very fast pace. It's faster than we can regulate. Sometimes for you to regulate, you need to actually get to see the technology or the system at climax and see what it can actually do, and then you do that. And now every 4 months, we are getting a new expression of AI, which is not very possible. So in Silicon Valley, what they do is they say, build first and then regulate later. So you have all these other AI systems that are actually becoming dangerous or that are actually doing some things that you're actually thinking, are they even ethical? But it's all to do with their policy. Now, in the other parts, like in Europe, there has been also some arguments that should we regulate? So for them, it was regulate first, and then right now we might be having a very few innovations coming from that from them. So we are really in a catch-22 situation that we cannot afford to kind of look at. And the moment we actually have AI that is actually for our region or that is local, that's the moment we can actually be able to say that we can be able to control how AI can solve some of our problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Eddie Mwenje, the Vice Chancellor for Bindura University of Science Education. I just want to address 3 questions. I think the first question that was mentioned by the Honorable from Malawi that talked about infrastructure as well was answered by the Honorable from Angola. I think we may need to put investments and work together for infrastructure that will be required. I think that's very important. We have, when it comes to connectivity in Africa, we have something called Africa Connect, which comes to universities to enable them to get internet access. But that's funded by the European Union. And I believe that as parliamentarians here, again, you can lobby on the grants that we have from even external donors so that we can benefit as well. But definitely one thing that's important is that we may decide as SADC to put our resources together for important things. So that's very important. Secondly, I just as a Vice Chancellor, I want to allay some fears on the issue of adoption of AI. We should not wait. As the Honorable from Angola mentioned, AI is not for the future, it's actually for now. And what's happening is that you know that the navigation that you utilize when you travel along the roads, it tells you that 10 left, 10 right, you are utilizing AI. So whether you think that you are not utilizing AI, you are utilizing AI. But the issue is that your kids or your grandchildren, whether you don't tell them to utilize AI or not, they are going to utilize AI. And as I mentioned, Trump is building the environment, putting 500 billion. Who will it affect? Every system that he puts in through, it is AI related. And the citizens of your country will take it upon themselves and you will remain behind. So there is no choice. This is why I talked of the Hobson thing. There is no choice, basically. AI has to be taken up. The last thing that I want to respond to is the honorable from Mozambique. They talked about the issues of assembling digital phones and the like that's happening in Zimbabwe. Fortunately, Bindura University of Science Education has got a MOU with Pungwe University. We're working together. Universities work together in a big way. We work together with universities in China. We work together with universities, across the globe. And you are very right. When you have your own gadgets locally, they don't steal your information. Sometimes before you buy a gadget, they've already known that is being taken by this, and they will take things from there. So we need to invest locally in local production and substitute value addition. Now, if you don't know how to assemble a gadget and disassemble it, how will you value it? So we need to start now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Chinofunga. I'm from Chino University of Technology. My specialization is sustainable digital transformation. And I would like to talk about a question on technology in Africa is coming in very late. And my response is, it's better late than never. This is our time as SADC to be embracing AI. And there was a question whether TVET colleges are being involved in the matrix on AI. When higher education is involved in AI, by default, everyone down there is involved. So they should catch up. And we are going to make sure that every citizen is going to be capacitated in Zimbabwe and across the SADC region. Then there was a question where there is need for governments in the SADC region to work together. And my proposal still stands. Let's adopt WOSIA, the whole of SADC enterprise architecture. Why? There is SDG number 17, partnership for goals. If our goal is to embrace AI, as SADC countries, let's partner for the good of SADC. If our goal is to embrace AI, let's have the Africa we want. Let's have the SADC we want to modernize. Let's have the Zimbabwe that is top-notch. Remember, with AI, it's a global phenomenon. It's like a pandemic. Where there is a pandemic, you group together to avert the effects of a pandemic. AI is a real pandemic. And if our citizens are going to compete in the world of work, we have to really embrace AI. Otherwise, we'll be secluded in the development agenda of the world. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Magadza from HIT. So my work is to utilize data science and AI to solve problems. I think I want to dispute the misconception that is there. One of the misconceptions was we don't have infrastructure. We already have the infrastructure. The infrastructure is there. There are different kinds of AI that we can employ. There are tools that you can run on your laptop. If you have data sets, and as parliaments, you have massive data sets, some of those things you can do it on your laptop. You don't need a high-powered device to do it. So, because most people are focusing on the ChatGPT, the advanced AI, but they are neglecting that we have got various tools that are there that we can start utilizing right now. Some have also mentioned that there is a digital divide, but what is the mobile penetration within our countries? And you can see mobile, maybe around 90% of our people are connected. So we can utilize the infrastructure that is already there. So we don't need to wait for us to develop these advanced infrastructure for us to benefit from AI itself. Then there was also another question relating to, because we are using AI, we are also observing that there are now similarity in terms of the outcome, the responses that we are getting from these two. And this is a fact. Why? At the moment, on the people that are really driving at the age of AI are the big corporations, the Google. No university in this world is able to develop these tools like the ChatGPTs, and they are being called the foundational models. Why are they the foundational? It costs billions of dollars just to train one foundational models. And no university in the whole world has got such funding to develop it. So what others are doing, they are building on top of these foundational models. So what will happen is we have a concept called homogeneity, whereby because we are using one foundational model to develop several applications that we have. So the kind of outcome that we get is what? It will be kind of similar because they are all based on this foundational model. That's why we are seeing some of the responses that we are getting. It seems as if they are kind of similar. And that's one of the challenges that we are all facing, because at the moment, training these models is really, really expensive, and only few organizations are able to do that. But it should not stop us from start using it, because there are other tools that we can incorporate that is cheap. Then another question was relating to AI is now transforming the way we the way we do business. So how do we apply it to address the problems that we are having? How do we benefit from AI? As we have said in the presentation, it's not about concentrating on these technologies. Let's concentrate on what is it that we want to achieve. Let's concentrate on the problems that we want to solve, and then start to say, what is it? How can we utilize these tools to address the problems that we currently have? So if we think in that way, not focusing more on the technology itself, but on the problems that we are facing, then we say, what technology do we have that we can harness to solve our problems? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Moderator. Let me try to tackle the question that everybody here has ignored, probably intentionally, which is the question of the composition of the panel, asked by the Honorable from Botswana. We are just visitors to this particular gathering. We have been invited. If we go on to answer that question, why we look like this, it's like a visitor who visits a home of someone else and start to say, why is the couch on that corner? Why is the TV on the other side? So we leave it to the leader of the house to address this issue. But it is a deeper meaning, that question that you raised, Honorable, in terms of inequalities that already exist in our societies. And the emergence of these technologies continue to widen the gaps of inequality. If you talk of gender inequality, we know that our girls on the continent, in the sub-region, our mothers, our grandmothers, they are already discriminated against at different levels. And the emergence of these technologies like AI already, as you can see, if we don't do something about it, it will perpetuate those inequalities going forward. We talk about cyberbullying on these platforms, gender bullying on these platforms. These are what I refer to as the mischief that the regulation of AI systems, their deployment, their design should address, to ensure that our systems that we deploy in the sub-region are conscious of this, they actually promote gender equality as opposed to perpetuating these inequalities. On the question of the contradiction or purported contradiction in my reference to the model law, SADC model law on AI, and also my proposition to say is a little bit early in terms of regulation of AI systems. The point I was trying to make was to say that we need to take a cautious approach to regulation of AI systems for the reason that if you want to benefit from the wisdom of others, I made reference to a symbol to say there are not really clear trends in terms of regulation of this particular sector. You see policies across, you see acts of parliament being adopted, but in a handful of countries and handful of sub-regions. Are we ready to go broke and come up with a law across the sub-region or national laws that regulate deployment of AI or design and deployment of AI systems in our countries? Probably not. However, the adoption of the model law, the SADC model law, because my research, our research has shown us that in as much as our institutions in the sub-region adopt these model laws, our member states take forever to receive them at the national level and convert them into binding legislation. So if it is developed at this stage, member states have time to ponder and think about it, whether it's suitable for implementation in their domestic legal orders over time, as we also figure out where these trends of implementation is going to. And finally, the question from honorable member from South Africa on preservation of integrity, democratic integrity by the deployment of AI tools. And what I've been saying as a message across is to say that we do not make an argument for deployment of AI systems in parliamentary processes to replace what is already there. The parliaments remain in charge of its democratic principle, processes. Even if a bill is analyzed or drafted by AI, an officer is still responsible for that oversight, that human oversight, to ensure that whatever has been drafted complies, for instance, with the constitutional framework of that country. So there's no replacement. It's simply enhancement of what you are already doing as parliaments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our panelists. I think there were just two hands. Yes. There was one from Angola. Yes, yeah.
I see that as moderator, we're not putting down some of the questions. There was a question on blockchain. Was that answered? No. Blockchain concept. How can it be used to the extent that we can benchmark with the Brazilian achievement in their chamber? And then there was another one, the question of deep fakes. It was not responded to. And then the question of value addition of our rich minerals. How can AI assist us in value addition of our minerals so that we can get maximum financial benefits, which will leapfrog our funding of AI?
Right, thank you. I'm back on the stage again. On the deepfakes, we as members of parliament, ordinary citizens, we like posting our lives on social media. We know that. And the same lifestyles that we're posting on social media, they're being used against us. And this is what then end up with deep fakes because they are using your identity to create an imitation of yourself to attack someone else or to get entry into systems. So the first step is to make sure that we validate, right? We need to know things physically. I should know my own Speaker of Parliament physically in order for me to say this is not my own Mudenda. Are we together? The deep fakes start with exposure of information. So with SADC countries, the general encouragement is to make sure that we have laws that protect privacy. And we are mindful of what we post on public fora. Are we together? Among other things. Thanks so much.
All right. So there's a question about blockchain. The technology is a technology that can actually be used to sort of like fail-proof some of the processes that are actually in Parliament. Like for instance, we can have a store and store stamp and verify. Let's say we have a budget that we are actually having. Blockchain can actually help us to be able to kind of like track and automate some of these things. I think, like for instance, parliamentary or committee votes can be recorded on a chain to prevent tampering and to ensure transparency. So I would say the blockchain technology is really centered on improving transparency. And if we're going to be able to use it in Parliament, it can actually enhance how much we are transparent to the citizenry. And like for instance, we can actually enable secure identity verified digital referenda or citizen feedback systems using blockchain technology. We can also be able to have citizens that can actually propose and vote on community issues or legislative priorities using some decentralized platforms within maybe the platform that the parliamentary system would have actually set up. We can also have some secure immutable storages of things like minutes or all those answered in a way that is that actually makes it easier to track. And even like that when we are looking at public funds, sometimes it's very, very difficult to verify certain things, and blockchain technology can actually be used to also do that. That is just in a nutshell. I don't know if we can take it from there.
Thank you very much. There were three hands, Angola, South Africa, and DRC, so that we close the session in the interest of, or Mozambique, yes, in the interest of time, yeah.
Mozambique,
Yeah.
according for.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente, Sr. Moderador. Eu, a exemplos dos demais, também felicito os proletores por esta discussão que nós temos aqui. Ao contrário dos meus colegas, eu não vou fazer nenhuma pergunta aos proletores. Quero fazer essa pergunta aos senhores deputados, membros do Fórum Parlamentar, em jeito de desafio. Em algumas das nossas escolas, universidades e academias, alguns estudantes terminam os cursos com uma deficiente presença em laboratórios. E essa deficiência não vem ou resulta do facto de que os equipamentos são efetivamente caros. E o desafio ou pergunta que quero fazer aos senhores deputados é: em que medida nós, parlamentares, a exemplo das leis modelo, poderemos de alguma forma influenciar os nossos governos no sentido que esses meios sejam vendidos comparticipados? Quer dizer que o Estado, os governos, participem de alguma forma na compra desses equipamentos. Esta é a minha pergunta simples e direta. Muito obrigado.
Muito
South
obrigado.
Africa.
Moçambique.
Yeah, we are coming to you, Mozambique. There's a hand from South Africa.
Go on.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning to everyone. Tombuvio Mente, Member of Parliament in South Africa. My first question to the panel is, I get the fact that there wasn't enough time for you to give us more information, but on your high level, what are the disadvantages of the AI? Because none of you are talking about the disadvantages of the AI. But one thing you are emphasizing on is that we must adopt. I want to suggest that instead of you recommending that we must adopt, we are rather asked as member states to make submissions on real lived experiences of AI and access thereof. One of you did make an acknowledgement that Africa is not ready. We are indeed not ready because infrastructure that allows us to have access to AI tools is not active, is not even there in many areas. If you were to ask AI to give you data set of girls who miss school in some rural town of Bulawayo, it will not be able to do so. Thus, members of parliament cannot draft any policy based on information that's on AI. They will have to do physical check. Now, there is a bottom-up approach that you need to tell us about, and how do we go about doing it as fast as possible? Yes, AI exists. Yes, AI is there. But also, to say we cannot regulate it, then what measures are we going to utilize in order for us to make sure that it does not endanger our lives? We are parliamentarians. We look after constituencies. You are going to get a patient that goes to a hospital, yet a doctor that is there doesn't know much because most of the knowledge that they would have utilized to pass was AI generated. Now, what are the measures that are there for us to say universities cannot put certain online courses to be passed online, completed online, and all of that without having a physical verification of the results of a submission of a student? How do we do that? Because the dangers of AI are that sometimes we're going to have a teacher that is teaching a child whose course was completed on online through AI without being verified. So I am not comfortable with saying, let's go and look at policies, but let's not go and regulate because we may be kind of like barring certain inventions that are coming up. Those inventions will come, but then we'll have to regulate them. However, we cannot sit and try to prioritize something and even adopt it if we don't understand it ourselves and what are the dangers that come up with. Another thing is prioritizing budget for this. In real life, it won't happen in our parliaments. We don't have budget to build clinics. We must now have budget for AI. What is it that we're doing in AI rather than making sure that our infrastructures are in place? So please be clear. If we want to prioritize budget, what are your suggestions that we prioritize budget for what? Because there's no infrastructure. Yes, we have access to laptop, but if I'm at home, I arrived here 2 days ago. I still can't connect to my mother who's in the villages because there is no internet. Now, who are we talking to as members of parliament? Because I'm trying to say we are very high level and we want to resolve the issue of AI and utilization of AI in parliament. However, parliamentarians are representatives of the people who do not have access to this very same tool that we want to utilize. Thank you.
Thank you. DRC.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur, pour la parole. Je suis Clément Mouboyaï, je suis parlementaire de la République démocratique du Congo. J'étais un peu mal à l'aise de constater que parmi les panélistes, il n'y en a pas eu un seul qui a parlé des aspects juridiques de l'intelligence artificielle. Je suis totalement d'accord avec l'intervenant de tout à l'heure de l'Afrique du Sud, mais moi je vais aborder ma question sur des aspects purement juridiques. Qu'en est-il de conséquences juridiques causées par l'intelligence artificielle, notamment les responsabilités pénales d'un robot qui régule la route? Si mon confrère avocat et président du Parlement zimbabwéen était panéliste, cette question allait lui être adressée directement. Et le deuxième aspect de ma question, qu'en est-il des responsabilités civiles des dommages causés par l'intelligence artificielle? Tout à l'heure, le matin, il y a la ministre qui devrait nous adresser un exposé. Mais l'intelligence artificielle n'a pas permis qu'elle se connecte à temps et un petit dommage avait été causé. En cas de responsabilité civile, qu'en est-il? Tout à l'heure, on nous a parlé des maps quand nous voulons prendre les volants pour nous diriger dans telle ou telle autre direction. Nous ne connaissons pas là où nous partons et nous allons utiliser l'intelligence artificielle. Si les maps que nous utilisons nous amènent dans une mauvaise direction et qu'il y a embuscade, au lieu de nous amener dans la bonne direction, à qui incombe cette responsabilité pénale ou civile? J'étais très mal à l'aise tout à l'heure d'entendre un des panélistes dire qu'il n'y a pas encore de règlements clairs. Mais nous le savons, il y a des principes universels qui veulent que là où il y a la société, qu'il y ait le droit. Et on ne peut pas avancer dans l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle sans pour autant envisager directement les règles dans ce secteur-là, les règles juridiques. Voilà au moins quelques aspects de ma question. Je vous remercie.
Mozambique.
Muito obrigado. Mais uma vez, Raimundo Guiomba, Moçambique. Tenho primeiro a agradecer respostas que acabaram de dar e acredito que isto vai ajudar para compreender melhor no futuro, depois da recepção de documentos que vamos ter das apresentações feitas. Duas perguntas que ficaram têm a ver com a aplicação de dispositivos para a segurança dos aparelhos que temos ou que vamos ter. Colocamos a dúvida em relação à produção de aparelhos como laptop e computadores. Terá ou não aplicativos para a segurança desses aparelhos? Ou será uma cópia de um produtor qualquer? E aplicamos nisto, para evitar a possível utilização daquilo que é o nosso esforço pelas pessoas que não são desse grupo. A segunda pergunta e última foi de identidade que vai legalizar esses documentos. Está quase como o representante da RDC acabou de colocar a sua preocupação. Nós tivemos um caso, para dar incentivo, tivemos um caso de Covid-19. A África lutou para ter um medicamento, uma vacina própria. Mas quando estava quase para descobrir, alguém de fora não reconhecia. Daí que nós ficamos à espera dos outros produzirem vacina e mandar para nós, comprando. Então, estou a perguntar nesse sentido para que tenhamos a tendência de ser livres da dependência dos outros. Legalizar os atos é importante. Como estou a dizer, em relação ao Covid, houve países que descobriram vacina, mas não conseguiram legalizar. Muito obrigado.
Madagascar.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à tous, je suis Rabi Gabriel, députée de Madagascar. Et ma question, en fait, va dans le sens de l'honorable de la République démocratique de Congo tout à l'heure. En fait, ce que je voudrais poser comme question, en fait, c'est l'enjeu de la réglementation en matière d'intelligence artificielle. C'est-à-dire comment savoir ce qu'il convient d'appliquer et à quel moment, parce qu'on est quand même face à un encadrement juridique flou et ambigu en ce moment. Et sans remettre en cause les avantages que peuvent proposer ces systèmes d'intelligence artificielle, nous savons tous que ça pourrait présenter quand même des menaces pour la confidentialité et la sécurité des données, ainsi que des problèmes liés à la réglementation, en particulier à mesure que celle-ci évolue en ce moment. Et je pense aussi que les développements des technologies liées à l'intelligence artificielle sont extrêmement rapides et à un point que les instruments de régulation nationaux qui existent chez nous et les instruments de régulation régionaux ou internationaux également ne sont pas encore suffisants et risquent d'être caduques, voire même obsolètes lorsque ceux-ci seront publiés. Donc, je pense que l'application ou l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle nécessite vraiment l'usage d'énormément de données, ce qui fait que des précautions demeurent indispensables, surtout en matière juridique. Et je pense que nous, au sein de la SADC, on a à mieux d'abord avoir cet encadrement juridique, ne serait-ce que sur la protection des données personnelles privées. Qu'en est-il de la cybersécurité transnationale? Et je rejoins aussi honorable de la RDC sur cette question de définir la responsabilité pénale et civile de tous ce qui sont opérateurs qui gèrent au niveau de ces intelligences artificielles. Merci.
Finally, Chief Charumbira.
Thank you, Chair. And also all protocols observed. Representing Pan-African Parliament, I should say we are also seized with this conversation with the AU strategy. But I just want to reinforce some points that came out here. 2 months ago, we attended a workshop, a World Bank workshop, and they beamed some picture on the world at night. And it was clear that all other continents at night were like it was daytime in terms of light, electricity. But for Africa, it was very dark. Very, very dark. We could only see some spots of some lights that are barely visible, showing, this was a World Bank presentation, showing that, look, Africa is still behind in terms of energy and that we need to do more. The presenter said, oh, no, you can use solar and they are not as cheap, unfortunately. The investments are still in billions. Yeah, so the form of energy is not as accessible. So we need a strategy to get there. One issue I want to raise is, as we go AI as Parliament, the issue of readiness. Readiness means our chambers, where we hold our plenary session. To what extent are they digitalized to be able to be part of the AI fraternity? I would say 90% or more have not yet reached there. So we need to digitalize our chambers. But not only chambers, even the MPs, they need to be digitalized. Yes, and I mean from the chamber, when the MP walks out of the chamber, he should not leave IE in the chamber. And then he goes back again to ancient times when he walks out of the chamber. You have to be all time, 24 hours, part of AI. Well, that means that, of course, most parliaments, even laptops, they don't have when they sit in parliament or iPad. So I would have wanted the presenters to touch on that issue, what I may call the critical part to be really IT compliant. What is that critical part? What are the essential characteristics that each parliament has to take note of? From the chamber to when they get into their car, that car should be also AI compliant. When I'm driving, what is it that we should do? When they are home, whether urban or rural, they should be part of that system. Not disconnect, connect, disconnect, connect. Because you are in a particular place, you are no longer part of that game. I want to say, you all know the statistics. Africa, less than 40% of our population in Africa has access to internet. Less than 40% has access to internet on this continent. How does that fit in with this revolution, the revolution, right? Then you're also aware that we've embraced in elections bio registration, bio voting, and all this. But you're also aware that some countries now have gone back to physical counting. They went into digital and then they retreated. How is under AI? When some people go into AI and retreat also, we need to consider these very important factors. I want to touch on behavior. Chairman, it was touched on organizational something. I think that needs to be deepened. You see, you need a cultural change, a deliberate cultural change program to be able to embrace AI. Because you have a boss who, in their world, they are like, no, give me papers. I'm more used to this, I'm more used to this. So you need quite a serious organizational culture change as part of a AI, a very serious one. And here I tell you a short, not even a story, just some 2 sentences. The scorpion went to the frog because the scorpion wanted to cross a river, but the scorpion can't swim. Then the scorpion approached a frog and said, please, can you help me carry me on your back and cross the river? Then the frog said, but you know, I'm afraid you may bite me. You are good at biting, and I will die. And the scorpion said, how can I bite you? Because if you die, I will drown. So please assist me. Then the frog agreed. As they were mid waters, then the frog felt some bite from the hand. Then Mr. Scorpion, you're already biting again. Say, oh, sorry, you know, old habits die hard. Then I want to, so all the habits again, it may not be, but lastly, security issues. I think as MPs in most of your countries, we have passed these laws on security, but you seem no, you are not touching on that area. As we deepen on digitalization, the issues of insecurity also become even more serious. And we have passed some laws. And can I say, only 2 weeks ago, I won't disclose because it's a security issue from somewhere. We are told now that the security systems are so advanced that now they have a very small chip. If you allow them into your house and they don't touch the door frame when they go in, they will leave a very small chip. That chip will be able to see who visits your house, who goes to which bedroom, and they will be sending information to whoever wants that information. And even on your jacket or clothes, when they greet you, then they rub your jacket a bit, and they will leave some tiny chip there that traces everything where you are, what you are doing 24 hours. Those are some of the disadvantages. So how you people need also to say, as we develop in that direction, there are certain risks of humanity itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think most of the questions were directed to Dr. Mutangi. So we start with you, then the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the questions relating to the legal consequences. This is what I was, probably it's a matter of terminology as well, what I was referring as to the mischief that the regulation will address relating to the design, deployment, even decommissioning of AI systems. And the Honorable Delegate asks, what is the criminal responsibility, and so on and so on. And there's a slide, I said mischief includes issues to do with accountability. So probably the explanation that left is to say, you know, who is accountable in the event that there is harm caused to an individual as a result of the use of AI, who is responsible for that. That's part of the mischief that regulation would have to address. The issue of transparency I was talking about, to say biases that are infused into systems And if someone suffers harm as a result of that bias, in terms of unfair discrimination, in terms of violations of human rights, relating to data privacy, to data security, all those are the legal consequences of the design, the deployment of AI systems, the development of AI systems, and that should be the target of regulation to apportion liability. Is it on the user? Is it on the developer of that particular AI system, and so forth and so on? And what are the remedies or relief that the victim of an AI system that has malfunctioned or that was mischievously developed or even deployed, what relief is available to that victim? That is part of the regulation, including even establishment of bodies that oversee the implementation of AI systems is also part and parcel of the regulatory framework. That also includes whether I call them fines or whether I call them civil penalties that can be imposed as there is, on those that have violated those principles in that kind of legislation. Where is the money going to be, or the fines going to be utilized? Is government simply takes the money, or that money is channeled towards developing better and responsible AI systems? All that is part of the regulatory framework that comes out of what we are talking about. Lastly, my point is to say, much as we have these AI systems coming through, we are not so sure about them. My understanding is that law usually follows facts. In the absence of facts, what are you regulating against or for? So once we have a deep understanding of the AI systems that have been developed, then we are able to accurately regulate and accurately apportion liability and accountability systems within the legal framework. I think that'll be my answer for the time being. I hope I fully and comprehensively responded to those issues. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. I believe that there are a lot of issues that have not been answered from our submissions, but I want to also ask the SADC Parliamentary Forum to be, if possible, to organize a workshop where we can even train, or maybe when you go back to your parliamentary portfolios, be able to understand what these platforms, these technologies actually do before we can even regulate or or create any form of policy. I was listening to the President, Chief Charumbira, and Honorable Chief Charumbira. I want to thank you for really highlighting some of the really critical things. You asked about the critical path to be AI compliant. There are a lot of things. I would say that if we're going to start today, it might actually take us some time to be organized to the levels of the United States and all the other countries that we are talking about. But we need to be able to be literate first. When we are literate, we also get to have an AI vision and strategy that is institutional at the parliamentary level, and then even go at the national level. I heard the minister really talking about the AI strategy, and if you go to the global AI regulation tracker, you'd find that most African countries are the ones that are still said to be having AI strategies that are still in progress. So over and above us having an AI strategy, that's when we can actually be able to see how much money we can actually allocate towards these AI systems. I would actually advocate for what I call unified development and implementation of AI. If it can actually be we can actually have the highest level bodies that can actually be able to look at that. And then when I talk about the synergistic approach, we need to be able to have our curricula speak to the promotion of AI and the use of modern technologies like what the Honorable Chief Charumbira spoke about, the Internet of Things, these gadgets that actually speak to other things, where you can even put it on your jacket and everything like that. And people need to actually be educated at the end of the day. There was an honorable who spoke about the disadvantages of AI. We have so many disadvantages, but we kind of like deliberately left that because almost every conference is actually framed against the backdrop of AI being a dangerous species. But we wanted to talk about the good things that AI can actually bring to the parliament, like the titles that we were talking about, that can actually translate and transcribe in some of the languages in the Zimbabwean context. We also, if we are talking about disadvantages, I would just want to talk about just one use case. You know that AI is actually doing things digitally. And when we talk about digitally, you can actually look at, you're looking at actually it cloning your voice, cloning you, such that in the end, you can actually, someone can steal money in your identity. So identity theft is one of the use cases that parliamentarians need to be wary of. I remember there was a heist where 25 million US dollars was stolen by someone who used a technology that utilizes AI called digital twinning. And they cloned someone and they tricked the finance director to use cryptocurrency to actually, because it was gone. So these are some of the things that you need to actually be able to understand. And we can't tell you in 15 minutes. You need to do that. So lastly, but not least, when we talk about the, the bottom-up approach, okay. Yeah, I think I submit. The other things would take me too much time to explain. I think we can call it a quit. Thank you. Yeah, I think we are done.
Thank you very much, our facilitators, for generating such debate. The facilitators need to rush to the airport, and I hope you allow me to release them so that they can proceed. Honorable Speaker, you wanted to say something?
Thank you, moderator. Before the presenters or panelists go, I get a sense of defeatism. The whole idea of having this symposium was to generate awareness that this is what is happening in the world. And we have to respond as SADC, let alone as Africa. If you read properly Agenda 2023, crafted in 2013, projecting a 50-year paradigm, you will notice that under the last section of this Agenda 2023, there is a call to action. And among the issues that arise there summarized is the question of Africa developing ICT. Now, our forebears saw this in 2013, and they saw it being pushed towards the next 50 years from 2013. Now, we didn't have cars. We had Scotch kites everywhere in the world. Then came the bicycle. People were riding the bicycle, some fell and had an accident. Later on, you had vehicles. Now, what has happened? When we invented the cars, we did not have a highway code. The highway code regulating how these vehicles should navigate the roads came later as a response to a situation which humanity was experiencing. And now we have several car accidents, but we have not stopped using vehicles. On the contrary, we have now started to manufacture vehicles that are tentative in more or less indicating that there's oncoming vehicles there, beware, get out of the road. The EVs are online now in order to reduce accidents on our road. But we have not stopped using vehicles. Neither are we going to stop the application of AI. That's a reality of life now, whether we like it or not. Even the EU, only in 2021, started to put legislation on how the governance of the application of AI should be put in place. Only in 2021. America hasn't got a solid piece of legislation. But you heard from the presenters. Nonetheless, Donald Trump is putting $500 billion to improve application of AI. So we here in Africa must move with the times, regardless of the risks, regardless of the risks. Now, someone said the World Bank, with due respect, Africa continent was showing, some darkness. Yeah, who created that darkness? It is the very Europeans who established World Bank. They exploited us through slavery. We must now be in reverse gear to be our own masters of what? Our own economic liberation. We shouldn't cry foul. Time has come for Africa to move forward like any other continents in the world. And finally, if you watched the Thabo Mbeki panel, there was a professor there who said, when it comes to funding, there's a book, he produced a book entitled Leaders in Africa Must Eat Last. Did you get the message? Leaders in Africa must eat last. And the professor said they must eat the least. That's your homework. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Mdenda. Honorable President, so that we don't, let us give a round of applause to our facilitators for the incisive presentations, which have generated a lot of debate. Honorable President, if you allow me, so that we don't disrupt our physiological clocks too much. Yesterday we went for lunch late. We don't want to go for lunch very late again today. We'll break for lunch and then reconvene in an hour's time, which is 2:30. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah, we go for that.
PF made history by developing the first election instrument in the SADC region and the African continent, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region. Did you know that SADC PF deploys parliamentarians on election observation missions across SADC member states to promote electoral reforms through the adoption of electoral principles and the domestication of the SADC model law on elections, which is grounded in the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections and international commitments? Did you know that the SADC PF conducts capacity building workshops for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff to strengthen their legislative skills and deepen their knowledge? Did you know that SADC PF develops model laws in various areas of regional interest and concern, such as health, trade, agriculture, climate change, governance, education, and infrastructure development, which assist SADC member states to harmonize national legislation, strengthen policy implementation, and promote regional integration for sustainable development? Did you know that the SADC PF has to date adopted 5 model laws? The SADC Model Law on HIV and AIDS, adopted in 2008, the SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and protecting children already in marriage, adopted in 2016. The SADC Model Law on elections, adopted in 2018. The SADC Model Law on Gender-Based Violence, adopted in 2021, and the SADC Model Law on Public Financial Management, adopted in 2022. and the SADC Model Law on Public Financial Management adopted in 2022.
In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development.
Did you know that in 2001, SADC PF made history by developing the first election instrument in the SADC region and the African continent, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region? Did you know that SADC-PF deploys parliamentarians on election observation missions across SADC member states to promote electoral reforms through the adoption of electoral principles and the domestication of the SADC model law on elections, which is grounded in the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections and international commitments? Did you know that the SADC-PF conducts capacity building workshops for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff to strengthen their legislative skills and deepen their knowledge? Did you know that SADC-PF develops model laws in various areas of regional interest and concern, such as health, trade, agriculture, climate change, governance, education, and infrastructure development, which assist SADC member states to harmonize national legislation, strengthen policy implementation, and promote regional integration for sustainable development? Did you know that the SADC-PF has to date adopted 5 model laws? The SADC Model Law on HIV and AIDS, adopted in 2008, the SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and protecting children already in marriage, adopted in 2016. The SADC Model Law on elections, adopted in 2018. The SADC Model Law on Gender-Based Violence, adopted in 2021, and the SADC Model Law on Public Financial Management, adopted in 2022, and the SADC Model Law on Public Financial Management, adopted in 2022.
In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision-makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development.
Did you know that in 2001, SADC PF made history by developing the first election instrument in the SADC region and the African continent, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region? Did you know that SADC PF deploys parliamentarians on election observation missions across SADC member states to promote electoral reforms through the adoption of electoral principles and the domestication of the SADC model law on elections, which is grounded in the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections and international commitments? Did you know that the SADC PF conducts capacity building workshops for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff to strengthen their legislative skills and deepen their knowledge? Did you know that SADC PF develops model laws in various areas of regional interest and concern, such as health, trade, agriculture, climate change, governance, education, and infrastructure development, which assist SADC member states to harmonize national legislation, strengthen policy implementation, and promote regional integration for sustainable development? Did you know that the SADC PF has to date adopted 5 model laws? The SADC Model Law on HIV and AIDS, adopted in 2008, the SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and protecting children already in marriage, adopted in 2016. The SADC Model Law on elections, adopted in 2018. The SADC Model Law on gender-based violence, adopted in 2021. And the SADC Model Law on public financial management, adopted in 2022. And the SADC Model Law on public financial management, adopted in 2022.
In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development.
Did you know that in 2001, SADC PF made history by developing the first election instrument in the SADC region and the African continent? The norms and standards for elections in the SADC region. Did you know that SADC PF deploys parliamentarians on election observation missions across SADC member states to promote electoral reforms through the adoption of electoral principles and the domestication of the SADC model law on elections, which is grounded in the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections and international commitments. Did you know that the SADC PF conducts capacity building workshops for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff to strengthen their legislative skills and deepen their knowledge? Did you know that SADC-PF develops model laws in various areas of regional interest and concern, such as health, trade, agriculture, climate change, governance, education, and infrastructure development, which assist SADC member states to harmonize national legislation, strengthen policy implementation, and promote regional integration for sustainable development? Did you know that the SADC-PF has to date adopted 5 model laws? The SADC Model Law on HIV and AIDS, adopted in 2008, the SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and protecting children already in marriage, adopted in 2016. The SADC Model Law on elections, adopted in 2018. The SADC Model Law on Gender-Based Violence, adopted in 2021, and the SADC Model Law on Public Financial Management, adopted in 2022, and the SADC Model Law on Public Financial Management, adopted in 2022.
In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe. designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development.
Did you know that in 2001, SADC-PF made history by developing the first election instrument in the SADC region and the African continent, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region? Did you know that SADC-PF deploys parliamentarians on election observation missions across SADC member states to promote electoral reforms through the adoption of electoral principles and the domestication of the SADC model law on elections, which is grounded in the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections and international commitments? Did you know that the SADC-PF conducts capacity building workshops for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff to strengthen their legislative skills and deepen their knowledge? Did you know that SADC-PF develops model laws in various areas of regional interest and concern, such as health, trade, agriculture, climate change, governance, education, and infrastructure development, which assist SADC member states to harmonize national legislation, strengthen policy implementation, and promote regional integration for sustainable development? Did you know that the SADC-PF has to date adopted 5 model laws? The SADC Model Law on HIV and AIDS, adopted in 2008, the SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and protecting children already in marriage, adopted in 2016. The SADC Model Law on elections, adopted in 2018. The SADC Model Law on gender-based violence, adopted in 2021, and the SADC Model Law on public financial management, adopted in 2022, and the SADC Model Law on public financial management, adopted in 2022.
In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development.
Did you know that in 2001, SADC PF made history by developing the first election instrument in the SADC region and the African continent, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region? Did you know that SADC PF deploys parliamentarians on election observation missions across SADC member states to promote electoral reforms through the adoption of electoral principles and the domestication of the SADC model law on elections, which is grounded in the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections and international commitments? Did you know that the SADC PF conducts capacity building workshops for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff to strengthen their legislative skills and deepen their knowledge? Did you know that SADC PF develops model laws in various areas of regional interest and concern, such as health, trade, agriculture, climate change, governance, education, and infrastructure development, which assist SADC member states to harmonize national legislation, strengthen policy implementation, and promote regional integration for sustainable development? Did you know that the SADC PF has to date adopted 5 model laws? The SADC Model Law on HIV and AIDS, adopted in 2008, the SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and protecting children already in marriage, adopted in 2016. The SADC Model Law on elections, adopted in 2018. The SADC Model Law on gender-based violence, adopted in 2021, and the SADC Model Law on public financial management, adopted in 2022, and the SADC Model Law on public financial management, adopted in 2022.
In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development.
Did you know that in 2001, SADC PF made history by developing the first election instrument in the SADC region and the African continent, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region? Did you know that SADC PF deploys parliamentarians on election observation missions across SADC member states to promote electoral reforms through the adoption of electoral principles and the domestication of the SADC model law on elections, which is grounded in the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections and international commitments? Did you know that the SADC PF conducts capacity building workshops for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff to strengthen their legislative skills and deepen their knowledge? Did you know that SADC PF develops model laws in various areas of regional interest and concern, such as health, trade, agriculture, climate change, governance, education, and infrastructure development, which assist SADC member states to harmonize national legislation, strengthen policy implementation, and promote regional integration for sustainable development? Did you know that the SADC PF has to date adopted 5 model laws? The SADC Model Law on HIV and AIDS, adopted in 2008, the SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and protecting children already in marriage, adopted in 2016. The SADC Model Law on elections, adopted in 2018. The SADC Model Law on gender-based violence, adopted in 2021, and the SADC Model Law on public financial management, adopted in 2022, and the SADC Model Law on public financial management, adopted in 2022.
In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age.
Yes. One, two. 1, 2. Yes, 1, 2. One, two. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yes. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Every minute matters in Parliament.
1, 2.
From debates to committee meetings,
1,
punctuality
2.
and coordination are key.
What's that?
But when shuttle
Check mic number 7. What's that?
Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle
1,
tracking
2.
and monitoring system designed
1,
for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe.
What's that?
With Shuttle Buddy,
Hello?
MPs and staff can see
What's that?
exactly where their shuttle is.
Check this mic.
Read
What's
real-time
that?
arrival alerts and even confirm boarding with a tap
What's
and
it?
scan. Fleet managers get a
What's that?
live dashboard tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups?
1, 2.
Unused
1,
routes?
2.
Late? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionary to oversee and implement government initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from conception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and convenient mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Provisioning and single-click reporting empowers decision makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development.
Did you know that in 2001, SADC-PF made history by developing the first election instrument in the SADC region and the African continent, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region? Did you know that SADC-PF deploys parliamentarians on election observation missions across SADC member states to promote electoral reforms through the adoption of electoral principles and the domestication of the SADC model law on elections, which is grounded in the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections and international commitments? Did you know that the SADC-PF conducts capacity building workshops for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff to strengthen their legislative skills and deepen their knowledge? Did you know that SADC-PF develops model laws in various areas of regional interest and concern, such as health, trade, agriculture, climate change, governance, education, and infrastructure development, which assist SADC member states to harmonize national legislation, strengthen policy implementation, and promote regional integration for sustainable development? Did you know that the SADC-PF has to date adopted 5 model laws? The SADC Model Law on HIV and AIDS, adopted in 2008, the SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and protecting children already in marriage, adopted in 2016, the SADC Model Law on elections, adopted in 2018, the SADC Model Law on Gender-Based Violence, adopted in 2021, and the SADC Model Law on Public Financial Management, adopted in 2022, and the SADC Model Law on Public Financial Management, adopted in 2022.
In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development.
Did you know that in 2001, SADC PF made history by developing the first election instrument in the SADC region and the African continent, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region? Did you know that SADC PF deploys parliamentarians on election observation missions across SADC member states to promote electoral reforms through the adoption of electoral principles and the domestication of the SADC model law on elections, which is grounded in the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections and international commitments? Did you know that the SADC PF conducts capacity building workshops for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff to strengthen their legislative skills and deepen their knowledge? Did you know that SADC PF develops model laws in various areas of regional interest and concern, such as health, trade, agriculture, climate change, governance, education, and infrastructure development, which assist SADC member states to harmonize national legislation, strengthen policy implementation, and promote regional integration for sustainable development? Did you know that the SADC PF has to date adopted 5 model laws? The SADC Model Law on HIV and AIDS, adopted in 2008, the SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and protecting children already in marriage, adopted in 2016. The SADC Model Law on elections, adopted in 2018. The SADC Model Law on gender-based violence, adopted in 2021, and the SADC Model Law on public financial management, adopted in 2022, and the SADC Model Law on public financial management, adopted in 2022.
In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart. but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. Bindura University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Built by Africans, for Africans, powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Buddy, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Buddy, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you're not just going places, you're going smart. Shuttle Buddy, your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, a cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bindura University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa is revolutionizing how we oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring transparency, accountability, and efficiency at every stage. Chiringa comes with a dashboard for managers at different levels and companion mobile applications for project officers on the ground. Cautioning and single-click reporting empowers decision makers with timely information. Chiringa enables proactive interventions, optimizing outcomes for communities across Zimbabwe. Chiringa, illuminating the path to effective governance and sustainable development.
Did you know that in 2001, SADC PF made history by developing the first election instrument in the SADC region and the African continent, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region? Did you know that SADC PF deploys parliamentarians on election observation missions across SADC member states to promote electoral reforms through the adoption of electoral principles and the domestication of the SADC model law on elections, which is grounded in the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections and international commitments? Did you know that the SADC PF conducts capacity building workshops for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff to strengthen their legislative skills and deepen their knowledge? Did you know that SADC PF develops model laws in various areas of regional interest and concern, such as health, trade, agriculture, climate change, governance, education, and infrastructure development, which assist SADC member states to harmonize national legislation, strengthen policy implementation, and promote regional integration for sustainable development? Did you know that the SADC PF has to date adopted 5 model laws? The SADC Model Law on HIV and AIDS, adopted in 2008, the SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and protecting children already in marriage, adopted in 2016. The SADC Model Law on elections, adopted in 2018. The SADC Model Law on gender-based violence, adopted in 2021, and the SADC Model Law on public financial management, adopted in 2022, and the SADC Model Law on public financial management, adopted in 2022.
Can we call the meeting to order, please? Honorable members, we are continuing with to conclude the business of the symposium. We are still left with a very important session of that specific business, and that is the issue of country reports. I hope no one will sleep here. So, honorable members, all of us are members of parliament, and I think we understand the 3-minute rule. So we will immediately begin. Can we then call on the first country to present the country report? And the first country that will be presenting the report is Angola. Honorable Chekera. And can I just request speakers to move to the podium for the presentation, or the responsible members can move to the podium when they present the country report. You can, yes, Deputy President. Yes.
Senhora, ou senhor Presidente, senhora Vice-Presidente, caros presidentes dos parlamentos membros, eu queria levantar aqui uma pequena questão técnica. E essa questão técnica tem apenas está ligada a determinados formalismos, digamos, do funcionamento da nossa organização. Eu recordo-me, por exemplo, numa reunião havida nas Ilhas Maurícias, em que ficamos muito tempo a discutir se devíamos começar os nossos trabalhos com uma oração. E depois de muita discussão, deixou-se de realizar a oração para ser um breve período de meditação, já que há países, digamos, que não têm, digamos, uma política ligada à religião. Agora, também surpreende-me a mim, pelo menos, o facto do senhor presidente do nosso fórum entrar para a sala sem aquele ritual que nós já, enfim, ganhamos, que vai o senhor presidente, o vice-presidente, a secretária-geral, e há um polícia ou uma autoridade, uma guarda de honra que entra para a sala. Será que a gente pôs isso de lado, já pôs isso de parte? Vamos recomeçar tudo de novo outra vez? Era apenas essa questão que eu gostaria de levantar. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker of Angola. Members, we must remember we are still busy with the symposium. We haven't started with plenary yet. The procedure that the member are speaking about will immediately after this, when we start with plenary, we will have that procedure of the president, the deputy, the vice president, and the SG. But one important issue that the member raised is the issue of when the president enter, how are we receiving him? So I think it was an oversight this time around because we are continuing with the symposium. But after the symposium, we will break and start with the plenary. And during the plenary, we will have that whole process, that procedure. So I don't know. I was never in this position before. So if there was an oversight, we want to apologize for that. And we hope that we will be able to correct that going forward. Because I don't even think this morning that was the position that we had a special reception for the president, because of the fact that we are still dealing with the business of day one. When we start with the business of day two, which is today, that is the plenary, we will start formally. Is it acceptable? Can we proceed? Angola, is it fine? Thank you. Then now, we are still busy with the symposium. If Madam Speaker prefer to present from a seat, we will allow her. Now, can you please take the floor now? Thank you. Members, I want to remember you that all of us as parliamentarians, we know the 3-minute rule, and it's 3 minutes for country reports. Is it 5 minutes? Where is it 5 minutes? Is it 5 minutes? The program.
Sua Excelência, Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e da Assembleia Nacional de Madagascar, Honorável Justin Tokeli.
5 minutes, né? We are giving you 5 minutes.
Honorável Presidente do Parlamento do Zimbábue, Advogado Francis Mudenda. Honoráveis Presidentes e Chefes de Delegações dos Parlamentos dos Estados-membros. Presidente do Parlamento Pan-Africano, Honorável Chief Fortune Charumbia. Senhores deputados presentes, Excelentíssima Senhora Secretária-Geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Buemo Kengoma. Senhor Secretário-Geral do Parlamento do Zimbábue, Kennedy Chokuda. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, gostaria em primeiro lugar de agradecer ao Presidente do Parlamento do Zimbábue, Advogado Francis Mudenda, pela ótima hospitalidade que está a ser providenciada às delegações dos países membros e pelas boas condições de trabalho criadas. A minha delegação e eu própria sentimos-nos em casa. Trago comigo as calorosas saudações do povo angolano e a mensagem dos seus parlamentares que reafirmam o nosso compromisso com os ideais da integração regional, da democracia e da boa governação participativa, pilares que sustentam esta nossa comunidade. A escolha do tema da presente Assembleia dá-nos a certeza de que estamos todos conscientes de que a concretização dos ideais da nossa comunidade são muitos e múltiplos os fatores de desenvolvimento, com destaque para os instrumentos tecnológicos que estão ao nosso dispor para dinamizar o processo de integração regional numa base de integridade democrática e com os procedimentos de compliance constitucional, respeitando a soberania nacional dos Estados-membros. A inteligência artificial é um desses instrumentos relevantes que, associados ao processo de concretização e consolidação dos objetivos da SADC, representa uma mais-valia inquestionável, na medida em que proporciona maior eficiência, transparência e celeridade aos processos dos nossos parlamentos. Na prioridade dos nossos desafios continua inscrita a persistente realidade das assimetrias no acesso à educação e à tecnologia. Esta desigualdade estrutural aprofunda fraturas sociais, marcadas por níveis elevados de iliteracia e exclusão digital. Trata-se de uma realidade que compromete não apenas a justiça social, mas também os princípios fundamentais da nossa comunidade e os objetivos do desenvolvimento inclusivo que nós preconizamos. Diante deste cenário, coloco a seguinte questão, muito bem apresentada pelos experts que estiveram aqui na sessão anterior e que foram convidados para esta nossa reunião. Que objetivos pretendemos alcançar se continuamos a negligenciar o investimento no conhecimento tecnológico, na inovação e na modernização das nossas instituições? Esta, creio, deve ser a questão central que deve merecer a nossa atenção. Sem infraestruturas tecnológicas robustas e sem uma aposta séria na capacitação digital do capital humano, estaremos a comprometer a realidade plena dos nossos planos estratégicos e dos objetivos comuns que definimos para a nossa região. A inteligência artificial não é apenas uma inovação tecnológica, mas sim uma fonte transversal de conhecimento que impacta todas as áreas da nossa sociedade, desde a saúde, à educação, à agricultura, à justiça, à administração pública e à segurança em geral. Angola registrou diversos avanços tecnológicos, permitindo em 2024 a realização da primeira cirurgia robótica no complexo hospitalar de doenças cardiovasculares, cardiopulmonares, Cardeal Dom Alexandre Nascimento, uma das mais modernas unidades hospitalares do nosso país, situada em Luanda. A utilização da inteligência artificial nos processos parlamentares da região representa uma oportunidade estratégica para modernizar as instituições legislativas e melhorar a eficiência administrativa à luz do futuro parlamentar regional. Nos últimos anos, Angola tem impulsionado uma dinâmica e constante, mas também progressivo avanço no investimento em tecnologias emergentes, consolidando o espaço digital como um pilar essencial no nosso plano estratégico do desenvolvimento nacional, numa visão clara e decidida de modernizar o Estado, aumentar a eficiência e a qualidade dos serviços públicos, promover a inclusão digital e posicionar o país na rota do desenvolvimento sustentável e da competitividade global. Neste contexto, apelamos a todos os Estados-membros que sejam intensificados investimentos em infraestruturas tecnológicas enquanto fator determinante para a redução do esforço individual de cada Estado, ao mesmo tempo que fortalece a capacidade institucional e coletiva. E permite, ao mesmo tempo, a realização de investimentos conjuntos com custos reduzidos e maior impacto na sociedade. A nível parlamentar, nós, em Angola, orgulhamos-nos também de dispor de infraestruturas modernas, equipadas com tecnologias avançadas, que nos permitem garantir maior eficácia legislativa, transparência institucional e proximidade com os cidadãos em toda a extensão do nosso vasto país, continuando a estar conectados através de videoconferências, tanto para sessões plenárias como nas reuniões de trabalho especializadas e outras sobre temáticas específicas. Com efeito, temos partilhado a experiência do nosso processo de reconversão tecnológica, salientando as recentes visitas a Angola das administrações parlamentares da República da África do Sul e da República do Botsuana. Sabemos que os desafios são inúmeros, como foi salientado pelo nosso presidente Mudenda, mas não devemos ter medo da modernidade nem do investimento no futuro, porque com regulação adequada das novas tecnologias, até a proteção da privacidade e soberania digital, nós sabemos que o caminho é inevitável. Ou nos adaptamos e lideramos, ou ficamos para trás. E Angola escolheu liderar com responsabilidade, visão e ambição de não ficar para trás. Foi com esta visão que criamos no nosso Parlamento a Academia Parlamentar, que tem tido um papel importante no contexto da inteligência artificial e inovação tecnológica, investigação e proteção de dados. Com este espírito de determinação, apelo a todos os Estados-membros da região para estarmos unidos neste desafio comum, para partilharmos experiências e promover parcerias na área das tecnologias digitais, reafirmando assim o nosso compromisso com uma governação aberta à inovação, comprometida com o processo e, finalmente, ancorada nos valores da democracia, da paz e do desenvolvimento para processos parlamentares eficazes, eficientes na nossa região e que melhor sirvam as nossas populações. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Next, it will be Botswana, and Angola did very well on time. I hope we will continue to do that.
Good afternoon, Mr. President of SADC-PF and the Speaker of Madagascar, Honorable Tukeli, Speaker of Zimbabwe Parliament, also the host, Honorable Mudenda, honorable members, invited guests, invited delegates. Let me write an already established protocol. Mr. President, allow me to share experiences, challenges, and opportunities from Botswana. Artificial intelligence has the potential to significantly improve the efficiency, accessibility, and responsiveness of parliamentary processes. However, if successful integration requires a balanced approach that addresses ethical, technical, and institutional challenges, a legislative framework. Botswana is making progress both at policy and developmental level, although it has been realized that technical developments in the field have advanced while policies have remained behind. We are, however, working on developing both the policy and implementation strategy. Identified opportunities in AI includes automated document processing and management. The AI-powered natural language processing tools can assist in automatically summarizing lengthy bills, motions, and debates. This reduces the workload on parliamentary staff and helps legislators digest complex information quickly. Legislative drafting assistance. AI can support the drafting of bills by suggesting language based on precedent, legal coherence, and policy consistency. This reduces the risk of contradictions and increases the quality of proposed laws. With enhanced decision support, the machine learning algorithms can analyze vast data sets related to socioeconomic indicators, public opinion, and policy outcomes. This aids MPs in making evidence-based decisions and anticipating the impact of legislation. Mr. President, allow me to talk about improved public engagement. The social media and other AI-driven platforms can be used to answer citizen queries about legislation, schedules, and MP positions. This promotes transparency and allows greater citizen participation in democratic processes. We have the real-time sentiment analysis and trend monitoring. The AI tools can monitor social media and other public platforms to gauge citizen sentiments and emerging concerns. This will enable parliaments to stay focused, informed, and responsive to public needs. We have efficient records and archives management. AI can digitize the index historical records, making it easier to retrieve information during debates and research, preserving institutional memory and continuity. We also identify challenges, data privacy and security risks. The use of AI in handling sensitive legislative data raises concerns over data privacy, security, and potential misuse. Adequate safeguards must be in place to prevent unauthorized access or breaches. Bias and transparency in algorithms. The AI systems can inherit biases from their training data, potentially influencing legislative decisions in unintended outcomes. Ensuring algorithmic transparency and quality of input data is important. When you talk of resistance to change and digital literacy, some parliamentarians and staff may resist the adoption of AI due to lack of familiarity. Training and change management strategies are needed. When you talk ethical and legal implication, delegating aspects of legislative work of AI raises questions about accountability, especially in cases where AI recommendations influence policy decisions or legislative outcomes. When you talk of cost and sustainability, initial investment and ongoing cost of AI integration can be significant, ensuring that such investment deliver long-term value and are fiscally sustainable and essential. I so submit.
Thank you very much. When I put the mic on, it is the time that you have for conclusion. So the DRC will be the next.
Honorable Président du Forum du Parlement de la SADC, Honorable Président de l'Assemblée nationale du Zimbabwe, Madame la Secrétaire générale du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, Honorable Président des assemblées et parlements de la SADC et chef des délégations, Honorables parlementaires et très chers collègues, distingués invités à vos titres et qualités, c'est avec un grand honneur que je m'adresse aujourd'hui sur ce sujet à la fois passionnant et déterminant pour l'avenir de la gouvernance dans notre région. Exploiter l'intelligence artificielle pour des processus parlementaires efficaces et efficients dans la région de la SADC, expérience et opportunités. Les progrès rapides de l'intelligence artificielle ainsi que les profondes répercussions dans le monde numérique actuel sont aussi bien source d'opportunités de transformation que des problèmes au regard des enjeux éthiques dans certains domaines de la vie, car il s'agit de reproduire des comportements liés aux humains, tels que le raisonnement, la créativité et la planification à une machine. De ce fait, l'intelligence artificielle, souvent perçue comme une technologie futuriste, est désormais une réalité bien ancrée. Elle transforme nos économies, nos sociétés et oui, elle peut également transformer nos parlements. Malgré les avantages potentiels de cette technologie, il existe de dangers et limites liés à son utilisation, dont l'un des principaux risques est la prise de décisions injustes ou discriminatoires, ceci par la possibilité d'un biais algorithmique. Ainsi, l'une de ses limites sera son incapacité à comprendre le contexte humain dans lequel il est appelé à se déployer. Excellences, honorables, chers invités, c'est toujours une préoccupation pour tous, celle de savoir pourquoi l'intelligence artificielle s'intéresserait-elle à nos parlements, ou encore pourquoi nos parlements s'intéressent-ils à l'intelligence artificielle. En effet, la plupart de nos institutions parlementaires font face à des défis croissants, un volume toujours plus grand d'informations à traiter, de délais législatifs contraignants, des citoyens plus exigeants en matière de transparence et de la créativité. Ainsi, face à ces enjeux, l'IA pourrait jouer un rôle clé, à savoir analyser rapidement des textes législatifs complexes et suggérer des améliorations, rendre les débats parlementaires plus accessibles grâce à la traduction automatique instantanée et à la transcription en temps réel, faciliter la relation entre citoyens et leur parlement à travers des plateformes interactives et intelligentes. C'est dire qu'en automatisant les tâches routinières, l'intelligence artificielle peut libérer du temps pour que les humains puissent se concentrer sur des tâches plus créatives et stratégiques. L'intelligence artificielle pourrait permettre ou faciliter l'accès à l'information, à l'éducation, voire à la formation, sachant que l'introduction des dispositifs informatiques implique 3 clés sociaux, à savoir la substitution et la transformation de la main-d'œuvre, l'acceptation sociale et la fiabilité par le citoyen, les interactions personne-machine et machine à machine. À ce stade, permettez-moi de saluer quelques expériences inspirantes dans notre région. Entre autres, le fait que plusieurs pays de notre région expérimentent déjà des solutions novatrices, comme l'a souligné l'honorable président de l'Assemblée nationale de l'Angola, ici à propos de l'expérience reçue de l'Angola. La République démocratique du Congo encourage cet exemple du Parlement national de l'Angola qui, depuis 2017, fait état d'une accélération du processus parlementaire avec l'intégration de l'intelligence artificielle et a dû remplacer des documents papier par des documents numériques. C'est dans cette même optique que le gouvernement congolais, depuis 2022, a créé le ministère du numérique aux fins de servir de moteur pour la transformation numérique du pays en favorisant l'intégration, la bonne gouvernance, la croissance économique et le progrès social. Le Parlement de la République démocratique du Congo, par souci d'améliorer les services et les tâches parlementaires, s'est doté d'un centre numérique opérationnel depuis 2023. Ces expériences sont prometteuses. Elles montrent que même avec des ressources limitées et en situation de conflits armés comme la nôtre, il est possible d'innover pour améliorer nos institutions. Cependant, il persiste un danger, le danger de suppression d'emplois au détriment de la lutte contre les taux élevés du chômage dans la région de la SADC, qui devrait nous préoccuper par l'accélération de l'intégration régionale et la création de chaînes de valeur en faveur de nos jeunes. Comme vous pouvez le constater, ces avancées ne doivent pas masquer les difficultés réelles que nous rencontrons, notamment les infrastructures numériques qui sont encore inégales dans nos pays, mais aussi que l'intelligence artificielle au sein de nos parlements souffre encore de déficits de formation continue qui permettraient d'améliorer la mise à jour et surtout...
Speaker, thank you very much.
Merci.
Next is Eswatini. Thank you. It's Eswatini now. When we put the mic on, it means you still have 1 minute remaining because we don't want to interrupt.
Thank you very much, SADC President, our host speaker, speakers, my colleagues, and honorable members of parliament from our countries, and all protocol observed. I greet you all. Mr. President, we can all attest that we are living in an era where technology is a gateway to sustain our economies. Colleagues, we must all be champions on how best our parliaments can harness artificial intelligence with efficient and effective parliamentary processes with respect to experiences, challenges, and perceived opportunities. The Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini has profound legislative experiences in AI-powered scenario planning and big data analytics, supporting evidence-based legislative drafting, as well as ensuring laws that are future-proof and inclusive. The Eswatini regulatory and policy overview include drafted key policy areas for AI, which include, among all, the following: e-government, e-health, national AI strategy, e-learning. There are also foundational laws for responsive AI, and these are in intellectual property, electronic communications and transactions, cybersecurity and cybercrime, and freedom of information. Our parliament, through its responsive ICT portfolio committee and the relevant line ministry, enacted key legislation with respect to AI outlined as follows. The Communications Commission Consumer Protection Regulations, Computer Crime and Cybercrime Act, Consumer Credit Act, and Data Protection Act number 5 of 2022. With respect to Parliament practice and procedure, a digitized system will be launched in September 2025 to ensure live streaming of House proceedings and ease of taking Parliament to the people. One other exceptional experience was the role of AI in elections, which is still evolving. AI is addressing the challenge of human interference and inefficiency in elections by facilitating oversight and accelerated decision-making. The outcome from utilizing AI in Eswatini has resulted in free, fair, and credible elections. Worth noting is that such an innovation cannot roll out without challenges, and these include, amongst all, the need to ensure that data privacy and regulatory compliance is significant, the need to manage misinformation and biases in algorithms. There is also high risk of digital exclusion for marginalized groups, which requires attention. The need to promote or facilitate a process of digital migration and to undertake a process of change management for both the student and their lecturers to prepare them for e-learning, and the need for the country to increase internet coverage even to remote parts of the country to facilitate increased access to education. In conclusion, the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini echoes all the expertise presentations and affirms the need that AI can be used for monitoring legislative trends, supporting public consultations, fact-checking with automated translation and transcriptions. Chatbots can be used for citizen engagement and also for checking bill similarities and legislative history, thereby enhancing efficiency. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The next on the podium will be Lesotho, the Kingdom of Lesotho.
Madam Moderator, please allow me to recognize the SADC PF President.
Can you speak to the mic, please?
The Honorable Nzidamilimo Mudenda of the Parliament of Zimbabwe, my colleagues, speakers, and to stand on the protocol that is established. Greetings from the Kingdom of Lesotho, and hearty gratitude to the Parliament of Zimbabwe for warm and exemplary hospitality, and for the choice of a most relevant and involving theme for this 57th SADC PF Plenary Assembly session, which affords us the opportunity to catch up and not get left behind. I must say that we benefited immensely from this morning's presentations. Allow me now, Honorable President, to focus on Lesotho's experience with AI. Lesotho has recently made significant strides in aligning its national development with digital innovation. I wish to elaborate on two policy-level areas in this regard, namely the policy frameworks and e-parliament processes. Starting with policy frameworks, the following three key policy instruments provide the foundation for leveraging AI in legislative and governance processes. One, the National Digital Transformation Strategy from 2023 to 2030. Two, the Lesotho Digital Policy of 2024. But, President, I wish to focus particularly on the third policy instrument, namely the draft National Artificial Intelligence Policy of 2025. This policy that is in the process of being finalized outlines ethical use, data governance, capacity building, and sectoral implications of AI in public service delivery, particularly in education, agriculture, and justice. It proposes the establishment of a regulatory sandbox for testing AI use cases in government, including predictive analysis for legislative priorities and public sector resource planning. With regard to e-planning processes, Honorable Moderator, Lesotho has recently installed a new system in the chamber, which provides a foundational platform for AI integration, positioning the Parliament of Lesotho to, one, use AI-powered search and summarization tools to support MPs in analyzing legislative texts, video records, historical records, and research findings. Two, to leverage speech-to-text and machine-translated AI to improve accessibility of debates in real time and support multiple languages. Three, enable predictive analytics to prioritize oversight issues, track implementation of laws and parliament decisions, and anticipate emerging public concerns. And four, and last, deploy AI chat boxes to assist citizens in navigating parliamentary services and accessing legislative records, thereby improving public engagement. The system also provides a centralized data environment ideal for piloting AI applications, such as legislative trend forecasting, sentiment analysis or citizen inputs, and digital voting audits. I wish to proceed now to challenges, Honorable Moderator. As with many other parliaments in the region, Lesotho has serious financial and human capacity challenges. In addition, Lesotho is yet to enact laws that regulate the cyberspace, a thing which is in itself quite a problematic. In terms of opportunities, Honorable Moderator, the following three workshops are scheduled for this financial year in the Parliament of Lesotho. One is a workshop on cybersecurity, two, a workshop on digital public infrastructure, and three, and last, a workshop on ICT governance. Currently, Minister of Information, Communications, Technology and Innovation.
Thank you, Lesotho. Your time is up. Next will be Madagascar.
Madagascar, j'invite Madame Sophie Ratsiraka, députée de Madagascar, de présenter notre rapport.
Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, honorable assistance,
En ce qui concerne Madagascar, nous avons évidemment encore des défis énormes à relever et à surmonter, mais Madagascar a déjà commencé à explorer certaines possibilités offertes par l'intelligence artificielle dans l'agriculture, par exemple, afin d'optimiser les rendements en analysant les données sur le climat et le sol. Cela a effectivement permis d'améliorer notre productivité. Par contre, l'utilisation des outils informatiques et nouvelles technologies ne sont pas encore généralisées dans tout Madagascar. C'est à ce titre que nous devrions investir et renforcer l'éducation, la formation, les infrastructures numériques pour mieux préparer les Malgaches aux avancées aux nouvelles technologies. Nous devons trouver également comment adapter nos besoins et notre réalité. Les districts étant déjà équipés d'ordinateurs et tout Malgache qui se respecte possède aujourd'hui un téléphone. Nous partons donc de la réalité et en incitant nos différentes communes les plus excentrées à remonter et transférer certaines données et informations basiques par SMS, car le téléphone reste le seul outil vulgarisé dans tout le pays, faute de connexion Internet. Tous ces éléments seront ensuite centralisés et traités au sein des chefs-lieux des différents districts. Côté éthique, les citoyens pourront ainsi garder leur anonymat et collecter les données, faire les saisies et les traitements, ce sont une source non négligeable de création d'emplois. Ça permet également de favoriser la participation et l'implication des citoyens, de rapprocher la population des élus locaux. L'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle et des nouvelles technologies reste de mise, car nous ne pouvons pas vivre en vase clos. Alors, pour plus d'efficacité et un maximum de résultats, dans le sens souhaité, Madagascar a... Je suis perdue. Madagascar a mis en place un hub de communication, une commission malgache de l'éthique et des libertés, mais également un centre pour un centre utilisé par les frontières, pour nos frontières douanières, l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle également dans le tourisme, l'éducation et les systèmes financiers. En tant que parlementaires, nous devons veiller aux lois et au cadrage par rapport à l'utilisation de cette intelligence artificielle, mais en envoyant nos données par téléphone, ça pourrait concerner les prisons qui sont notre sujet actuel au sein de la SADC, ça pourrait concerner les violences basées sur le genre, la protection de notre environnement, nos ressources stratégiques et également l'insécurité. Voilà ce qui concerne Madagascar. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Madagascar. Malawi will be the next.
Honorable President, Honorable Host Speaker, Honorable Mudenda, all Honorable Speakers, Honorable Members, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Artificial intelligence is a transforming governance and legislative process worldwide. Parliaments, as key democratic institutions, are increasingly adopting AI to enhance efficiency, transparency, and decision-making. AI applications in parliamentary functions range from automating administrative tasks to analyzing legislative data and improving public engagement. Use of AI in parliaments. The implementation of AI within parliaments represents unique opportunities, challenges, and ethical considerations that demand careful deliberations. AI has the ability to automate routine tasks, analyze complex data, and potentially support drafting of legislation, offers promising avenues for increasing operational efficiencies and fostering more informed decision-making. In parliaments, generative AI can be used to condense large documents into concise, summarize, and this is applicable to large legislative documents, including bills, parliamentary reports. AI can be used for automated translation, which involves providing real-time translation of speeches, debates, and documents, facilitating better understanding and communication among lawmakers who speak different languages, simplification of language, where the language used can sometimes be unfriendly for citizens reading the contents. As parliaments across the globe navigate this new terrain, it is imperative to balance innovation, tradition, and accountability. The use of AI brings with it a responsibility to ensure that its application in parliaments not only enhance procedural efficiencies, but also respects and promotes the value of transparency, inclusivity, and public engagement. And furthermore, aligning AI implementation with parliamentarian goals and the public interest is critical. It is important to note that AI should not only support the efficiency of parliamentarian operations, but also enhance the democratic processes, promoting greater engagement and accessibility to the public. This involves ensuring that AI tools are used in ways that enhance the understanding of parliamentarian proceedings and the decision-making. Risks associated with the use of AI in parliaments. The following are some of the inherent risks associated with the use of AI in parliaments. Generative AI can produce biased or discriminatory content by reflecting or amplifying prejudice, stereotypes, or inequalities. For example, the use of AI can lead to exclusion or marginalization of certain groups, and it can also favor or promote certain genders, ideologies, or values over others. Some research indicate that generative AI can produce manipulative or misleading content by altering or fabricating or misrepresenting facts, evidence, or source of the content, and it is also be used to deceive or persuade or influence opinions, beliefs, or behaviors of the recipients of the content. Furthermore, generative AI can use infringing or exploitative content by violating or copying or misusing the intellectual property rights, personal data, or privacy of the original authors, owners, or subject of the content. The introduction of AI could lead to fears of job displacement or changes in job roles, and such concerns need to be proactively addressed through training and reassurance about the role of AI as a tool to aid rather than replacing human input. Use of AI in the Parliament of Malawi. Since AI is an emerging field, Malawi, like most African countries, does not have specific comprehensive laws or policies solely dedicated to govern it at the moment. However, regulatory framework concerning AI could be influenced by a combination of existing laws and policies related to data protection, digital technology, and general legal principles such as the Data Protection Act, cybersecurity, and cybercrime policy, which have already been developed in the recent past. The Parliament of Malawi is currently in the process of developing an ICT policy where issues of artificial intelligence will be embedded. The expectation is that the policy will guide the transformation of parliamentary processes into a more efficient and transparent system. In an effort to embrace the use of AI technology, the Parliament of Malawi is currently using the e-chamber system, where most of the processes during plenary are done electronically. The MPs are able to access documents such as reports, bills from their gadgets through the use of the system. Through the use of the system, the communication in the chamber has been automated to the extent that MPs are able to communicate with the presiding officers electronically. The system is also records the proceedings of the House directly
Malawi.
by.
The time is totally up.
Thank you.
Next will be Mozambique. Members, I gave all of you extra time, all of you. Please don't rush so that the interpreters can understand what you are saying, particularly those that I gave. It's only Angola that was within the time and Eswatini, but all of you took extra time. So.
Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente do Parlamento da República de Zimbábue, Suas Excelências, Senhores Presidentes e Vice-Presidentes dos Parlamentos da região da SADC e chefe das delegações, Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente do Parlamento Pan-Africano, distintos deputados, convidados, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. Quero, em nome da Assembleia da República de Moçambique, expressar os nossos profundos agradecimentos à Sua Excelência, Presidente do Parlamento do Zimbábue, pelo convite que nos foi formulado para participar neste importante evento de tomada de relevância política e institucional para a nossa região. Igualmente, endereçamos uma palavra de gratidão ao povo irmão do Zimbábue, em particular às autoridades locais de Vitória Falls, pela calorosa hospitalidade, e queremos aqui deixar patente que sentimos-nos em casa como se estivéssemos efetivamente no nosso país. Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, numa era em que o mundo se transforma sob o impulso da inovação tecnológica, impõe-se aos parlamentos da nossa região o desafio de se adaptarem e tirarem partido das potencialidades da inteligência artificial. Esta nova fronteira de conhecimento constitui um potencial recurso estratégico para a modernização dos processos legislativos, para o aperfeiçoamento da gestão da informação institucional e também para a aproximação dos representantes do povo ao seu povo. Ao dotarmos os nossos parlamentos de ferramentas digitais inteligentes, estaremos a promover uma governação mais transparente, inteligente e também inclusiva e eficaz, valores nucleares para a consolidação das nossas democracias e para o fortalecimento da confiança pública nas nossas instituições. No caso de Moçambique, estamos a desenvolver um grande projeto ambicioso que chamamos de Cidadela Parlamentar. É neste projeto em que fazemos a previsão de um equipamento com mais altos padrões da tecnologia, incluindo a inteligência artificial. Também gostaríamos de partilhar que o país já conta com instrumentos legais
orientadores no domínio das TICs, como é a política da sociedade de informação, a política de segurança cibernética e o regulamento de licenciamento de provedores de serviços eletrônicos. Aqui realçamos que todos esses instrumentos já foram aprovados. É nossa convicção de que com este quadro normativo, Moçambique instituiu a base legal e institucional para um ecossistema digital seguro e inovador. No campo legislativo, partilhamos que Moçambique está a preparar leis fundamentais sobre a segurança cibernética, a proteção de dados, crimes cibernéticos e operação de centro de dados, todos com impacto direto na regulação do uso das TICs e da inteligência artificial. Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, é nossa expectativa que a presente Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC se torne numa plataforma útil e fértil para a concertação de ideias e para o fortalecimento do papel dos parlamentos na concretização dos compromissos regionais. Acreditamos que sim, é possível transformar os nossos países num país de desafios e preparados para todos os desafios globais. Muito obrigado pela vossa prestimosa atenção.
Thank you very much, Mozambique. The next will be Namibia. Land of the brave. I recognize the high table there. In summary, the Namibian Parliament is embracing digital transformation through the e-Parliament strategy, which lays the foundation for improved service delivery, legislative efficiency, and citizen interaction. The e-Parliament strategy envisions using digital platforms to provide broader and easier access to legislative information. We envision a system that ensures accessibility for all citizens, including those in rural areas. The strategy will enable the MPs to have access to a wide range of information and knowledge resources, thus aiding them in making informed decisions. It will equip parliamentary committees with appropriate technology to perform their responsibilities more effectively and create platforms to increase engagement with citizens, and lastly, provide parliamentary staff with robust platforms that will make it easier and quicker to process and access documents, as well as streamline secretariat processes. Namibia is actively finalizing critical legislative instruments that provide a robust governance framework for addressing the challenges that come with AI integration. These include ethical, legal, and institutional considerations that must be carefully managed to ensure responsible innovation. The upcoming legislations include the Data Protection Bill to ensure personal privacy and data security, the Cybercrime Bill to address digital threats, including AI misuse, and a draft Artificial Intelligence Bill, which will guide the ethical deployment of AI technologies. These are complemented by the revision of the Communications Act and the rollout of a national artificial intelligence strategy, which includes a National Artificial Intelligence Council
and technical working groups for sector-specific implementation. In collaboration with UNESCO, Namibia is also participating in the Readiness Assessment Methodology Project. The initiative aims to evaluate the country's preparedness for ethical AI adoption and to develop a roadmap for capacity building and regulatory enhancements. Concerns such as risk of algorithmic biases and the manipulation of information are being actively considered. Equally, securing citizen and legislative data is a top priority, with cybersecurity protocols being strengthened to prevent breaches or misuse by promoting transparency of AI algorithms to allow for public oversight and avoid embedded biases. There is a need, we think, that our region work together through our parliaments, but also through executives, not only to harmonize legislation related to AI governance, but also to collaborate more and leverage on global and regional best practices. But most importantly, we think that this AI must also be embraced at executive level, where the programs are implemented to impact positively on the lives of our citizens. Thank you very much.
You. The next is the Seychelles. The left.
President, Madam Vice President, fellow delegates, good afternoon. Speaking for the National Assembly of Seychelles, I greatly appreciate the inclusion of this theme in the plenary, and we are committed to the belief that artificial intelligence is a vital tool for progress. We have begun paying attention to this subject. In 2023, we held a symposium on artificial intelligence, which largely focused on data protection, privacy, and civil order. Subsequently, we have begun revision of laws where the application of AI is relevant. Specifically, we have reviewed and amended the Data Protection Act to ensure better protection of information, personal information. We reviewed the Cyber Crimes and Related Crimes Act, which also had very specific applications for artificial intelligence. And we have also, in a revision of the Penal Code, taken note of artificial intelligence in addressing crimes related to hate speech and disinformation. All of these have launched us on the road of the use of AI. But what we really need to do next is a comprehensive approach to incorporating AI in development processes. Our National Assembly has been committed to the use of AI. Our members are quite ready to use tools in the preparation of their addresses in the National Assembly or in reports. What we did as a National Assembly was we signed on to the Microsoft 365 platform, which also incorporates AI tools So these are available to our members. Our media and IT departments have been very keen to adopt AI tools in organizing the preparation of National Assembly presentations, records, and archiving. So we have made a start. I think what is our biggest challenge is that AI at the moment is scattered. The use of AI, the interest of AI is scattered among different organizations, ministries, different parts of government. What we need to do, I believe, is bring these interests together and have one body driving the development of artificial intelligence in national development, in government planning, and including the National Assembly. This, I believe, is the best way for us to get on with it. I want to say that we are committed to the use of AI. We have the infrastructure, fortunately, that is necessary. We have widespread, almost 100% access to the internet and to computer and equipment. The smartphone is everywhere. And we have begun the improvement of data centers. And this is largely in private hands, but there has been great progress in expanding the capacity of data centers to permit better use of artificial intelligence. So we remain committed to this very vital tool. And I hope that in any future encounter, I will have much more to report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Seychelles. We now call on South Africa. Mzansi for sure. And we welcome Honorable Madikizela.
Thank you, Deputy President, President of SADC PF and Speaker of Madagascar National Assembly, Honorable Justin Tockley, the Deputy President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, and Member of South African Parliament, Honorable Silva Lucas, the Speaker of Zimbabwean Parliament, our host, Honorable Advocate JFN Mudenda, Secretary General of SADC Parliamentary Forum, Her Excellency Boemo Sekgoma, Honorable Speakers and Leaders of Delegation from SADC countries, honored guests. Today we listen to great presentations from Zimbabwean Minister of ICT, Postal and Courier Services, Honorable Mavitera, and various presenters from the academia, indicating that AI is presenting a critical opportunity for enhancing the efficiency of parliamentary processes and systems. It should not be seen as a replacement of parliamentary traditions such as making laws, public participation, and public engagement. AI tools and systems must be seen as an opportunity to simplify the processes and systems of parliamentarians to undertake their work. They can be used to summarize bills, reports, and transcripts in plain language, making them easier to understand for ordinary citizens. Making such summaries available can enhance public participation in the legislative process and foster communication between MPs and their constituents. While some countries in the SADC region and African continent stand out for their commitment and progress in preparation for AI adoption, others face significant obstacles such as structural inequalities and digital divides as a result of poor digital infrastructure investment. These disparities highlight the need for concerted efforts to increase investment in digital infrastructure and build requisite ICT expertise to ensure to not only operate, but also prevent manipulation of AI tools to undermine the institutional integrity of parliamentary processes such as votes and even chatbots. Although South Africa's AI policy is still in its formative stage, the government has made significant strides in outlining a national approach to artificial intelligence, as evidenced by the following developments. The establishment of Presidential Commission on Fourth Industrial Revolution in 2019 aimed at developing South Africa's strategy for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The drafting of a national AI strategy is currently underway, and while a dedicated formal national AI policy or strategy does not yet exist, drafts and proposals are being developed. The establishment of the AI Institute of South Africa in 2022, tasked with advancing research, innovation, and skills development in AI, particularly it aims to position South Africa as a digital technology leader on the continent and globally, is a product of the Presidential Commission for the Industrial Revolution and is launched in partnership with the University of Johannesburg, UJ, the Tshwane University of Technology, and Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. Inclusion of AI in Department of Science and Innovation's priorities under the decadal plan of 2022 to 2032. The promulgation of the Protection of Personal Information Act, POPIA, which governs data privacy and underscores South Africa's commitment to global norms surrounding ethical AI regulation and governance. AI regulation is expected to build upon existing frameworks, including sector-specific guidelines in health, education, and finance. Focus on education and skills development, particularly integrating AI and machine learning into TVET colleges, university curricula, and short courses. Prioritization of digital skills development under the National Digital and Future Skills Strategy of 2020 to 2030. Today's discussion on AI value addition, risk, and challenges for parliamentary operations are timely. The 2024 IPU guidelines for AI in parliaments remind us that we are on the brink of transformation in how parliaments function and serve citizens, presenting both extraordinary opportunities and significant challenges. In addition, Deputy President, to providing a framework for parliamentarians to adopt AI, these guidelines also including advocating a measured, risk-based approach to AI adoption, recommending initiating small pilot projects, focusing on clear benefit use cases, ensuring robust human oversight, prioritizing transparency and accountability, investing in data and AI literacy, engaging diverse stakeholders. These recommendations highlight the need for parliamentarians to take a leading role in AI governance, aligning with our symposium's theme on the experiences and opportunities of harnessing AI in the SADC region. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa. Zambia will be the next.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, honorable colleagues, and distinguished guests. It is an honor to contribute to the discussion on harnessing artificial intelligence for effective and efficient parliamentary processes in the SADC region. Mr. President, the Zambian Parliament has taken significant steps to integrate artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies into its operations, aiming to improve transparency, accountability, and efficiency. Guided by our ICT strategic plan 2022 to 2026, we are focused on building a smart, inclusive, and modern parliament. Mr. President, one key initiative is the My e-Parliament mobile application, which promotes real-time interaction between citizens and members of parliament. It allows public participation in parliamentary proceedings, including making submissions to committees. Mr. President, internally, the Zambian Parliament has developed an e-chamber system that manages plenary and committee sittings, facilitates electronic voting, tracks attendance, and allows members to raise points of order or matters of urgent public importance electronically. Mr. President, currently, we are working to automate our legislative information management systems using artificial intelligence. Mr. President, this will help avoid the repetition of questions in the House and enhance the preparation of the order paper using the AI-powered sentiment analysis. Mr. President, AI will also play a key role in processing the Hansard by automating transcription and editing, reducing turnaround time and allowing reporters to act as editors. Further, the Zambian Parliament aims to use AI tools like natural language processing to support real-time search for parliamentary rules and automatically detect unparliamentary language during debates. Mr. President, knowing the risks that come with artificial intelligence, the Zambian Parliament has developed a draft risk policy management manual, which will help in coming up with strategies and measures that will be used in mitigating and managing the risks that come with artificial intelligence, among other risks. In conclusion, the Zambian Parliament, Mr. President, is firmly committed to modernizing. It's firmly committed to modernizing its functions by harnessing artificial intelligence and other digital innovations to build a more responsive and efficient institution. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally, it will be Zimbabwe that will be presenting.
Mr. President, and our Deputy President who is chairing this session, it will be amiss of me to repeat what our panelists stated when they made their presentation, because their presentations indicated how the Parliament of Zimbabwe has been collaborating with the academia. And their presentations will be translated into Portuguese and French. They form part of our report as far as Zimbabwe is concerned. However, allow me to read the last version of our report. Now, the experiences of the Parliament of Zimbabwe suggest several opportunities for the SADC region. Indeed, we need to develop AI applications specifically tailored for a regional parliamentary context, rather than simply adopting digital technologies designed for other political economies. We can innovate solutions that address our unique digital ecosystem, challenges, and leverage our strengths. There's also need to explore the feasibility of pooling technological resources and expertise in order to achieve economies of scale in technological investment. Furthermore, a common legal framework for the governance of artificial intelligence is needed to enhance transparency, which is essential for building the information economy anchored on information communication technology, ICT, predictability, and legal certainty. As we develop the regional AI framework, establishing shared principles for risk appetite will be pivotal in our AI applications and innovation initiatives. Each parliament must therefore develop its own contextualized understanding of the acceptable risk levels. Above all, our parliaments should establish committees of the future, like what Uruguay and Finland have already done, whose major role will be to futuristically map out the campus for the AI applications and innovation opportunities for accelerated parliamentary processes in the 21st century. Such commendable efforts can be buttressed by SADC parliaments through the domestication of the African Union Continental Artificial Intelligence Strategy of July 2024. Madam Deputy President, the Parliament of Zimbabwe stands ready to collaborate with the SADC parliaments, the academia, and technological savvy partners in this revolutionary endeavor. May I end up by commending to the delegates that it is critical that we revisit Agenda 2063, the Continental Artificial Intelligence Strategy, as well as the Artificial Intelligence Act of the European Union. If we read these documents, my friends, you will not be disappointed and hope will be sealed in your hearts as far as the application of artificial intelligence is concerned in our parliamentary processes. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. Whilst the Dean is descending from the stage, can we just stand there where we are just for a body stretch before we continue? All members, no one going out unless you must go to the restroom, just stretch. We are actually giving you a standing ovation. Thank you very much. Let's sit down. I was just telling Honorable Mudenda, for the last night's party, we got a standing ovation. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we just want to continue by presenting the communique of this symposium on the theme, but I also want to put a disclaimer up front to our French and Portuguese speaking colleagues. I will just be reading this in English. It will be translated as soon as it is being presented to you as a presentation. It will be in the language of preference. So if you allow me, let me just continue. This is the communique of the 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly Symposium on the theme And then I will start. Whereas Article 6 of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Constitution enjoins the SADC Parliamentary Forum to strengthen the implementation capacity of SADC by involving parliamentarians in the affairs of SADC, as well as to provide a forum for discussion on matters of common interest to SADC. Aware that the fourth industrial revolution, driven by advancements in artificial intelligence, is truly and firmly underway, and recognizing that Africa and the SADC region can no longer afford to overlook the transformative impact of artificial intelligence, as it has become integral to progress and development. The SADC Parliamentary Forum 57th Plenary Assembly Session convened a symposium on the 6th of June 2025 on the theme, is it the 6th? Yes. The forum is taking place on the 6th, maybe, on the theme harnessing artificial intelligence for effective and efficient parliamentary processes in the SADC region, experiences, challenges, and opportunities. The symposium, which brought together honorable speakers and parliamentarians from 13 SADC member states, representatives of the Zimbabwean government, and AI experts drawn from tertiary institutions in Zimbabwe, incisively explored practical solutions and mechanisms to harness artificial intelligence to improve parliamentary business processes, promote participatory democracy, guarantee inclusivity, and strengthen the contribution of parliaments to national and regional governance frameworks. In officially opening the symposium, the President of the SADC PF, the Honorable Speaker Justin Tokely, laid down the gauntlet for SADC national parliaments by imploring them to cajole SADC nations to react promptly and tap into the nascent opportunities conferred by artificial intelligence, whilst at the same time tackling the challenges through a rule-based framework, affirming that it is only a matter of time before parliaments fully consider the use of artificial intelligence to catalyze parliamentary processes. The SADC PF President underscored the need to proactively legislate for artificial intelligence, following the example of the European Parliament, which, as per Regulation 2024/1689 of the European Parliament and the Council, had laid down harmonized rules for artificial intelligence. The Minister of Information, Communication Technology, Postal and Courier Services in the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Tatenda Mavetera, buttressed the observations by the SADC PF President in outlining the Zimbabwean government's perspective on artificial intelligence. Honorable Mavetera emphasized the imperative of adopting enabling legislative and policy frameworks at the national and regional level that promote the adoption of artificial intelligence while ensuring adequate safeguards against the hazards of artificial intelligence, mobilizing domestic resources to fund AI research and infrastructure development, strengthening local and intra-SADC digital and innovation hubs, and prioritizing the adoption of ethical AI that serves SADC citizens' best interests. Acknowledging the role that the SADC Parliamentary Forum, SADC FC, has played in advocating for the harmonization of legislative texts across the region through the development of model laws, Honorable Minister Mavetera encouraged the forum to finalize the development of the draft model law on artificial intelligence, which will serve as a benchmark for the development of national legislative frameworks by SADC member states. Recognizing the digital divide, particularly between urban and rural areas in the region, SADC national parliaments were challenged to leverage on their control of the national purse to ensure adequate budgetary allocations for AI research and development and the establishment of the appropriate infrastructure, including in the hinterland, to ensure equitable access to AI. The symposium also benefited from expert presentations from representatives of Bindura University of Science Education, Chinhoyi University of Technology, Midland State University, University of Zimbabwe, and the Harare Institute of Technology. In addition to showcasing the various AI tools that have been developed by the respective tertiary institutions that can be customized and deployed in bolstering parliamentary processes in the region, the institutions of higher learning collectively emphasize the need for parliaments and academic institutions to collaborate more closely in developing AI tools that can enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of parliamentary processes and ensure ethical and effective AI integration. The country reports presented by national parliaments demonstrated that SADC parliaments had readily embraced the AI revolution, as evidenced by the proactive utilization of AI in parliamentary processes and the enactment of legislation and policies to govern the adoption and the use of AI. A key recurring theme in the country reports was a concerted call for a regional legal framework and institutional innovation to guide responsible, rights-based AI use in SADC parliaments, with emphasis on tailored applications, shared resources, and enhanced accessibility to bridge digital gaps. In view of the foregoing, the 57th SADC PF Plenary Assembly resolved as follows. AI adoption is inevitable and it should be embraced. Notwithstanding the risks associated with the adoption of AI, the AI juggernaut is inexorably moving forward, and the SADC region cannot afford to be left behind in this revolution. SADC member states are encouraged to embrace AI as the benefits far outweigh the pitfalls. AI needs assessment and strategy. SADC parliaments are encouraged to undertake a comprehensive evaluation of current systems, including infrastructure and skills gap, to inform the development of a strategic roadmap for AI adoption. The evaluation should also be alive to the risks associated with AI. Capacity development. SADC parliaments are urged to roll out targeted capacity building programs for members and staff to enhance AI literacy, ethical awareness, and practical application in parliamentary processes. Infrastructure development. Noting that AI requires immense computing power, vast data storage, and advanced algorithms, traditional infrastructures may be ill-suited to support these demands. Parliaments must urge SADC member states to mobilize domestic resources and encourage public-private partnerships to modernize infrastructure and ensure that any investments in AI are maximized. In bridging the digital divide, parliaments must oversee the equitable rollout of AI in member states by ensuring that everyone, regardless of location or socio-economic status, has equal access to technology and digital literacy skills. The adoption of AI must leave no one and no place behind. Creating a conducive legislative environment for AI adoption, parliaments, through the enactment of appropriate legislation, must create an enabling legislative and policy environment for the adoption of AI, whilst guaranteeing the safety and security of users and the nation from the latent threats to personal and national security. On a model law on AI, the SADC Parliamentary Forum is encouraged to finalize the development of the model law on AI to provide a reference point for the regional parliaments in the development and or improvement of national AI-related legislation. The regulatory framework. The SADC PF and national parliaments must urge SADC member states through the SADC Secretariat to initiate a consultative process towards the development of a regional legal and regulatory framework on the responsible use of artificial intelligence. In conclusion, the symposium, the President of SADC PF, Honorable Speaker Justin Tokley, expressed profound appreciation to the government and the Parliament of Zimbabwe for successfully hosting the symposium. He commended parliaments for graciously sharing their country's context, thus enriching the liberation of the 57th Plenary Assembly. Thus so done at Victoria Falls at the Elephant Hills Lodge in Zimbabwe on the 3rd of June 2025. I so submit. The SG will just inform us about the procedure before we will continue and allow the president to do the closing remarks. Thank you very much, SG. I was just asking the SG on the procedure here henceforth, and she said this will be distributed. And if the members feel that there is anything that they want to add that we possibly haven't spoken about, they will have the opportunity so that we finalize the communique before we leave here. Yes, Speaker, something that you wanted to say?
Just to revise Article 10 of the communique, to disabuse the notion that all parliaments in SADC have put in place legislation to, as far as the governance of artificial intelligence is concerned. That's a small observation I've made. Right at the end, it says down at Victoria Falls, we have to distinguish between the Victoria Falls, the iconic, scenic, and the city. So it should read Victoria Falls City, at Victoria Falls City. So that is distinguishable from the Victoria Falls, Mosi Atunya. Thank you.
I also take it that was also a commercial break, because yes, we will definitely do so. Thank you very much, Speaker. So I think that will now give us an opportunity to call on our Honorable President, the Honorable Justin Tokely, to conclude the symposium by a vote of thanks. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. President. The President will ascend to the podium.
Good afternoon. Bonsoir. Je ne serai pas long, hein, moins de 5 minutes, puisque vos visages me disent que vous êtes déjà fatigués. On a passé une journée très dure et serrée. Honorable président du Parlement de Zimbabwe, Jacob Francis Mudenda, Parlement hôte de la session de l'Assemblée plénière, 57e session de l'Assemblée plénière du Forum parlementaire de la SADC. Honorable président du Parlement panafricain, je crois qu'il est déjà parti. Honorable président des parlements nationaux de la SADC et chef de délégation. Honorable député ici présent. Honorable représentant des parlements régionaux présents. Son Excellence la secrétaire générale du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, les représentants des organisations de la société civile, les personnels du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, distingués invités, tout protocole observé, mesdames et messieurs. Au nom du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, et à mon nom personnel, je remercie profondément notre invité d'honneur, l'honorable Tetenda Mavetera, ministre des Technologies, de l'Information et de la Communication, services postaux et courriers, qui est intervenu en ligne ce matin, ainsi que son équipe compétente composée de personnes ressources ayant assuré les succès retentissants de ces symposiums. Honorables membres et distingués participants, nous exprimons aussi notre sincère gratitude au très honorable président Maître Jacob Francis Mudenda, notre doyen, pour les préparatifs méticuleux qui ont été mis en œuvre en vue de ces symposiums. Honorables délégués, chers collègues, nous terminons ces symposiums encouragés à poursuivre la rationalisation de nos processus administratifs parlementaires en renforçant nos capacités en matière de législation, en optimisant l'affectation de nos ressources et en orientant notre action vers l'objectif de faciliter la participation des citoyens au moyen de l'intelligence artificielle. Honorables membres, merci pour votre participation à ces symposiums et pour avoir partagé avec nous la situation qui prévaut dans vos pays respectifs, enrichissant ainsi nos débats et contribuant à l'innovation et à l'apprentissage dont nous avons tant besoin. De ce fait, les communications présentées par vos pays ont été précieuses et éclairantes. Comme on dit, la connaissance n'a vraiment de valeur que lorsqu'elle est partagée. L'honorable membre distingué invité, nous sommes désormais au terme du programme de notre symposium. Permettez-moi de remercier à nouveau chacun et chacune d'entre vous pour votre participation active et pour votre contribution aujourd'hui. À ce stade, j'ai maintenant l'insigne honneur et le plaisir de déclarer officiellement clos le symposium organisé à l'occasion de la 57e Assemblée plénière. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous remercie. Je vous ai promis que ce sera moins de 5 minutes. Je crois que j'ai tenu ma promesse. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, President. Honorable members, can you just remain seated whilst we call Mr. Joseph Manzi to make the announcements?
Thank you so much, the Vice President who is chairing this session, and also the SADC PF President, all speakers and all honorable members. I have one announcement that I've been asked to make on behalf of the leadership. Honorable members, as you are aware that you were supposed to commence the plenary business today, but due to the business that you had today, it has not been possible. So what it means is that the plenary business will be tackled in 2 days, tomorrow and the other day. Because of that, it has been suggested that the starting time tomorrow should be 8:30 instead of 9 o'clock. And likely that you are likely to sit perhaps beyond the normal adjournment time tomorrow. But that will be announced by the chair in terms of the adjournment time. But that's an announcement that at the moment has to be made. What is also more critical tomorrow is that there are new members that will take oath at the beginning of the business tomorrow. Therefore, we or the members are encouraged to be here by 8:15. They are already settled, so that when the president is calling the new members to take oath, they should be available in the room. So in that regard, we ask the Secretariat that organizes the transport for the honorable members from their hotels, make sure that members are picked in good time, on good time, so that they're here also in good time, so that we don't have to miss the important business that is scheduled at the beginning of the session. Thank you so much, Right Honorable President and the Right Honorable Speakers and the members. That's an announcement that I had. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Manzi. Honorable members, the President have already adjourned the meeting. We are just confirming it. Thank you very much. See you in the morning.
Invites capacity building workshops for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff to strengthen their legislative skills and deepen their knowledge. Did you know that SADC develops model laws in various areas of regional interest and concern, such as health, trade, agriculture, climate change, governance, education, and infrastructure development, which assist SADC member states to harmonize national legislation, implementation, and promote regional integration for sustainable development. Did you know that the SADC has to date adopted 5 model laws? The SADC Model Law on HIV and AIDS, adopted in 2008. The SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and protecting children already in marriage, adopted in 2016. The SADC Model Law on elections, adopted in 2018. The SADC Model Law on Gender-Based Violence, adopted in 2021, and the SADC Model Law on Public Financial Management, adopted in 2022, and the SADC Model Law on Public Financial Management, adopted in 2022.
In a world driven by technology, whose voice is being heard. In Africa, millions speak in tongues rich with wisdom, history, and heart, but their languages are left out of the digital conversation. The Enduring University proudly presents Titus, Africa's first large language model grounded in African context. Designed to speak and understand Shona, Zulu, Chichewa, and English among others, Titus bridges the gap between technology and identity. From classrooms to clinics, from farms to government offices, Titus empowers systems to speak your language and understand your world. Look like Africans for Africans. Powered by innovation. Rooted in culture. This is more than artificial intelligence. This is authentic intelligence. Titus. Giving Africa a voice in the digital age. Every minute matters in Parliament. From debates to committee meetings, punctuality and coordination are key. But when shuttle delays hit, everything slows down. Introducing Shuttle Better, the smart shuttle tracking and monitoring system designed for institutions like the Parliament of Zimbabwe. With Shuttle Better, MPs and staff can see exactly where their shuttle is, receive real-time arrival alerts, and even confirm boarding with a tap or scan. Fleet managers get a live dashboard, tracking every vehicle, every stop, every passenger. Missed pickups? Unused routes? Delays? Not anymore. Shuttle Buddy turns movement into insight. From Parliament to hotel, airport to committees, Shuttle Buddy ensures you are not just going places, you're going somewhere. Shuttle Buddy. Your ride, your schedule, your peace of mind. In the dynamic landscape of national development, the need for real-time, accurate data is paramount. Introducing Chiringa, the cutting-edge monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by Bunduri University of Science Education for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, designed to provide the Parliament of Zimbabwe and key stakeholders with immediate insights into the progress of government projects within the Parliament. Chiringa will oversee and implement development initiatives. With its intuitive interface, Chiringa streamlines project management from inception to completion, ensuring